officially to the Zoom room again. Nice to have you back. Susie and Elaine and Francis was here. Hopefully she'll join us again. So and just have a look at our teaching for today in today's email, and then that'll lead us into our lesson, and there's also some text reading to do. So let me share my screen. Okay, so right. All right, can you see that? All right, so Susie, why don't you read? Will you read the quote for us, please?
Love is a medicine for the sickness of the world, a prescription often given too rarely taken,
So, in an age when medicine has become a religion, it profoundly influences so many people's thoughts and actions. Today's quote by a psychiatrist, actually interesting, obviously quite a more enlightened one, gives an even more profound prescription that can heal all sickness. The only question is, will you take it? So perhaps it's worth considering the alternatives briefly before you decide. On the one hand, you have the choice to believe in the religion of sickness that holds that disease is real, the cure is external to you. In a drug, in a vaccine, an operation, a treatment, a magic remedy of some kind, usually prescribed to you by a doctor, right? That's the medical system we know, and which is the default so-called healthcare healing system in the world. You pay your money, you take the prescribed remedy or prophylactic, and you'll be fine, says they say. But the evidence shows that you won't be fine. So Western allopathic medicine is good at some things. If you've got a hip that needs replacing, or you need a heart transplant, it's quite good with mechanical stuff like that. But it's dismally failed to heal the so-called lifestyle diseases like heart disease, strokes, cancer, diabetes, and many more similar conditions that kill more people than ever today. If you look at cancer as an example, it was quite rare even a century ago, but according to the World Health Organization, killed nearly 10 million people globally in 2018. And that's only what's recorded. I suspect it's much higher than that, because there would be many countries, third world countries particularly, where those stats wouldn't have been recorded. So that's only in first world countries where the stats are available. Probably far more didn't make it into the statistics. So it's a disease. Just take cancer as an example, to see how the system works. It's a disease in which dysfunctional cells in the body start multiplying exponentially. So it becomes like a virus, and it just consumes healthy cells, and eventually, the healthy cells turn to the dysfunctional ones, and it kills the body, compromising the body's ability to continue functioning and ultimately living. So Western medicine says, no, to heal it, we've got to kill, right? This is the approach. We've got to kill the cancer cells through powerful chemicals and radiation, process which also kills many healthy cells as collateral damage, because the chemicals affect all of it. So, hence you poison your body to kill the unhealthy cells, but you also poison the healthy ones. So most people die of cancer if they're having these powerful treatments, chemo and radiation therapy. They actually die from the treatment rather than from the cancer, because if you keep poisoning your body and compromising your immune system, well, what can you expect? So the approach of killing to heal really doesn't work. How can killing healthy living cells ever bring life? It's not surprising that so many people die once they start chemotherapy, because the body dies from the toxicity of the chemicals before the cancer can kill it. And so you're actually weakening the whole system that you should be strengthening. which is really insane and pretty barbaric. It's a thought system of attack and death. That same system was behind the vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine, which we're all aware of in the last 2-3 years. That was all, offered to us for something that was really just, like flu, seldom fatal, cause of which is unproven. And you might know people who had so-called iatrogenic reactions, but I met 3 people, 2 of whom had knew people who'd had really negative reactions. The one lady I sat next to on a plane flying down to Durban when I was out in South Africa, and she said that her daughter collapsed 3 days after taking the vaccine and had been in and out of hospital several times over the subsequent 6 months. Fluid on the brain, and clearly triggered by that vaccine. Another person, business partner, went down 6 hours after having a COVID booster shot and was still sick a few weeks later. So because it's so immediate, so soon afterwards, the causation would seem to be obvious. And one of my parents' friends, very healthy, quite a fit guy in his 70s, never had any heart issues. He had a heart attack shortly after taking it. After taking a COVID booster, and his cardiac specialist was convinced it was induced by the vaccine. So those are 3 cases. I personally know people who had these iatrogenic effects, which it caused harm. So this is the thing: a thought system based on attack and death cannot heal. That's what Course in Miracles is teaching us. Healing must come from love, and love does not attack and kill and destroy. So the pandemic was really the symptom of a sick society. Too many people overstressed, not at ease with themselves. So in other words, diseased by their own negative thoughts and emotions, which manifest in the toxic modern lifestyle of hustle and bustle, in which we desperately seek but never really find the fulfillment we yearn for. And so that is a spiritual problem. It's not something that any medicine or any vaccine or anything on the physical level can cure. So why would we really, honestly, looking at the system and how it works, if we understand the principles on which it's based, why would we expect it to work? Well, we shouldn't. Yet many people, hundreds of millions, took vaccines without really questioning too much the spurious logic that underlies the whole system, not just the vaccines. It's the product of a system, which is a thought system. So if we look at the integral model, let's just go to our integral model, which we look at. So it's a product on this level. It's the bottom right product, which then affects top right as well. The individual experiences of being treated by the system, but it's a collective system that is made up of the from the collective thought system, which is the shared values, the meanings. And it's a product of a collective thought system that is delusional. And that's why we created the system. So it's the externalization of a faulty thought system. And you cannot expect healing from what is false. So it's no wonder that it doesn't really work to bring genuine healing. That it actually causes, in many instances, a lot more harm. Because it's based on a thought system that says, it's denied really the interior domain. It's saying this isn't really real. The only thing that's real is the objective world. And so the body is a machine. The body needs to be fixed and treated with magic, and the mind is not really involved. And it doesn't acknowledge that causation is always in the mind. So it's an upside down thought system. And now we're saying, well, we can fix it on the external, and fix it in the in the exterior, in the right-hand quadrants, when actually the true healing lies in the interior, and that's the only place we're really going to find healing. So it's a product of an upside down thought system. And our task is just to see that clearly and say, yeah, I see it for what it is. It is an upside down thought system. And I can let it go. The system will continue. It's deep-seated, entrenched in our society, but I don't have to believe it. And I don't have to go to it for healing. So it's not surprising when you look at, it was really the approach to COVID was symptomatic of that whole system. It didn't seem to make much sense the way it was handled. But as we know, common sense is anything but common. In fact, nonsense, if you hyphenate it, that's where the word comes from. It's nonsense, is much more prevalent. So I could go on, and I don't want to do that because we want to move on to our lesson and so on. But about the failings of the current medical system, that's a dominant model for healthcare in modern society. But let's consider the alternative to this nonsensical system of sickness that passes for healing in an insane world. So it rests on the spiritual foundation of eternal unconditional love. It's the ultimate reality that transcends sickness of any kind. So it points us within. It says the answer is not outside. The answer lies within. It's a redirection of focus from the exterior to the interior quadrants. So the answer lies in our own thoughts, emotions, memories, state of mind, perceptions, and immediate sensations. That's where we need to look. That's where healing lies. And so that's, we start going on a spiritual path when we do that, starting to become much more aware of these inner states and recognizing that these inner states are causative. This is what causes our bodily conditions and our behavior. So we're going to the root cause, which is why this is called radical, because it goes to the root of any problem, which lies in the mind, and it seeks to address it there. Okay, well, if you have thoughts and emotions and memories and states of mind and perceptions and sensations that are not helpful, then you can let them go. But you must let them go where they are in your own mind. You can't seek to heal those outside of yourself with some magic. It's an internal process of healing that's required. So it's a very different way of thinking. You've got to completely let go of this way of thinking in order to embrace this way. So it's a healing of the mind, and it's a transformation of the mind into an awareness of itself. Know thyself. You're coming to know yourself when you go within, and you're moving away from all the externalization and the magic that the ego sponsors, because this keeps you away from knowledge of yourself. So there is no order of difficulty in miracles, because love doesn't obey the laws of sickness that govern this world and its sickness industry. So it can heal any sickness that is brought to it by exposing the sickness as false. Right? You can really see that the sickness, whatever you're experiencing, it's manifest in physical form, you or anyone else, is a product of a diseased thought system. Then you have the key to healing, because you can identify the cause in the mind and address it there. Those diseased thoughts and emotions are the source of all physical problems. So you can then go within and you can heal it within. And that's what this whole course is about. It's redirecting our focus from external to within, saying, focus there on the internal. Go within and be aware of whatever's arising. You don't brush it under the carpet, because that's just seeking to externalize and cover it over. You're aware of it, and then you release it and you let it go. And that's then can lead to a shift on the external level. So it's inside out healing rather than outside in, resting on the foundation of love. So we get sick only because we're defending ourselves against our true identity as love. As one of today's lessons says, sickness is defense against the truth. Sickness makes the body very real in your perception and affirms the seeming reality of death. It denies the truth that you are a mortal spirit and not a body at all. And as Yeshua explains in Workbook Lesson 135, which we're reviewing today, planning is also a defense against the truth because it makes fear and the future real in your mind. And it takes your attention out of the now, which is the only time there really is. And so it goes on. It's a long lesson, the longest lesson in the workbook. And he says planning is a defense against the truth because you're planning, certain things as a defense against just being open in the now to whatever's happening. I experienced this weekend. Life happens when you make other plans. None of my plans came to fruition, but it actually was a better outcome. So when we stop the planning and we surrender, then the Holy Spirit can come in and direct everything for our highest good in a way that we couldn't necessarily have done. We couldn't have done it on our own. Therefore, if you're planning to use defenses against possible sickness, which is what vaccines are, you're being doubly defensive against the truth by making both sickness and fear of the future real in your mind. Since the future doesn't exist, it's always the present moment. You're binding your mind to an illusion that will cause you to perpetually desire something other than what you have right now and fear that you won't get it or that your life situation will change for the worst. So if we look at our timeline of consciousness, let's open that up. It puts you onto this timeline using these kinds of defenses, routes you onto the timeline. It identifies you with the ego. You identify with your past, you identify with your future. You're now just this helpless, enervated little person living this little life in this very linear stream from birth to death, and death's inevitable, punctuated by various life situations, many of which are traumatic. And what's the point? When you look at it from this point of view, you go, what is the point of all that? Why all the pain and the suffering and the sickness and the aging and the death? Why all of that? And Yeshua answers us honestly, and he says, well, there's no point to any of this. This is part of a delusion. It's a delusional thought system that is a separation from love. And it doesn't work because it's delusional and it's false. That's why it doesn't work. And you can try as you might to make it work, and you never will. You'll never find the deep peace and happiness that you yearn for within this timeline and the separate self that seems to live on the timeline. You have to let that go within. That's then listening to the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and within takes you back home, back via the channel of the Holy Spirit, which is remembrance of perfect love, back to pure formless awareness of perfect love itself. And you can do that. This journey can happen moment by moment. You can do this in any moment, and then it's a double-sided arrow. So you come back into the illusion, and your perception of the situation and the relationship is transformed because you've gone into pure formless awareness of perfect love, and that changes your perception of everything. And that's the way you heal. So in the now, in the holy instant, you bring in this awareness, and you bring this in, and you're really giving your illusions, all of your ego, psychological, and emotional attachments. You're letting them go, and you're giving them over to this source, and you're allowing this awareness to come in and replace them. And that will automatically change your perception, and then you flow forward, and what happens on the external level is then often transformed as well. So you look at an integral model, give you another view of that. You change your mind, then because it's all connected, the body changes, and often a physical healing can happen miraculously, which doctors don't understand, because they don't understand the integral model, because they haven't been trained in it. They train to believe in the Western allopathic medicine is based on the primacy of this. They're based on Newtonian physics. That's what it's based on. the idea that there's an objective world outside of you, and it's independent of mind and thought, and that the way to change then reality is to just fiddle with the externals and try and create a change here. So you see, it's philosophically a very, very different thought system from the truth. In fact, completely the opposite. So either fear of not having your expectations met or outright aversion to an imagined outcome will disturb your peace and stop you from being aware of perfect love. So you start engaging in defenses, you're automatically not now, you're not present, you're fearing the future, and it's based on past conditioning. Well, this happened in the past, so it might happen in the future, so now I need to take precautions, and because my expectations may not be met. And all of that is really just designed to keep you traveling in time. We're time travelers. It's designed to keep you rooted in the past and the future, and avoiding the present moment, which is the only time where you can experience this. And the ego is very cunning at doing that. So it's constantly asking us to think about the past or the future and avoid the present moment. Does that make sense? Okay, so to revisit the example of vaccinations, let's take an example. Your desire to avoid getting COVID, for life to go back to normal. People are like, I'm tired of this, I just want to take the vaccine so this can all be over, based on the assumption that your past pre-COVID life was normal and more desirable than the life you're living now, as well as your fear of getting sick, what people may think of you. If you don't have a vaccine, all of that may motivate you to get the jab. But these emotions of desire, fear, and guilt, if you look at what's behind it, it's the fear of sickness and possible death, a desire for something to be other than what it is now, and guilt at letting the team down, saying, well, if I don't take my vaccine, I'm not going to be contributing to the so-called herd immunity of humanity, even though that theory has never been proved. It's just a theory. They say, well, you got to take your vaccine because everyone's got to get herd immunity, but that's just a theory. There's no evidence that is actually the case. So these are the engine room, desire, fear, and guilt, and the engine room of the ego that keep your mind trapped on the timeline of a human life in a constant cycle of unfulfilled expectations, fear that they won't be met, aversion, which is also known as resistance to imagine outcomes, and grievances when all your expectations were inevitably not met perfectly, none of which will ever bring you peace or make you even vaguely happy. So it's a disaster. You look at this timeline, and the ego is doing everything it can to keep you away from the now and away from the only source of happiness, which is pure formless and oneness of perfect love, which can only be accessed in the now. And it's keeping your mind very much fixed on the timeline, which is the red, and the past traumas and the future fears to cover over the present moment, which is the only time that you can access pure formless and oneness of perfect love. As I've said here, it's also the now. Because in the now is this pure awareness. You can only access it there. And you realize that in the past and the future aren't real. So no wonder the Buddha stated in the second noble truth that desire or craving is the source of all suffering. Yeshua also tells us in the Course that we must let go of our idle wishes and our grievances. Idle wishes or cravings and the guilt and the fear that inevitably accompany these, which are the foundation of our dream of being human, and must be let go of if we to rise above the battleground of this world, as he puts it. Transcend the linear timeline that is seemingly our human life and experience the love, peace, and joy of eternal life instead. So this is a Buddhist principle as well. Desire, craving, this is the source of all suffering. To return to the main theme of today's teaching, what evidence is there that love actually works to heal diseases, you might ask? Well, there have been thousands of cases of people who have healed miraculously for no reason the medical system can explain. I know of some people who've had these kinds of healings. I've facilitated a healing like that myself once. Someone who was on death's door, he had cancer, and he got better as a result of our intervention. So there's been many instances, well documented, like Anita Majani. She's just an extreme example of someone who's had, seemingly it's game over. There's no way she's coming back, apparently, from that terminal cancer. Apparently terminal cancer. The doctor said she had ravaged her body to the point where many of her organs failed. Okay? So that's the final stage of life. Your organs shut down, they're not working. And if your organs fail, the body can't sustain. So the doctor said to her family, look, her organs are failing. She's slipping away. Say your goodbyes, because she's probably out of here. There's nothing more we can do. She's going to die in the next 24 to 48 hours. But something completely miraculous happened. She slipped into a coma, and she had a near-death experience. She described, this expanded awareness of her surroundings. She could hear conversations happening in the hospital. The doctors talking about her case. She heard her family who were there talking. But she, at the same time, she felt really blissful, because she was floating above it all. She felt a sense of blissful peace and joy. And then met her father, who'd passed to the other side. So he came and spoke to her, and on his advice, and her best friend, who'd also died a couple of years earlier, she talked to them, and they advised her to stay. But her deal was, she said, okay, I'll go back. I'll make a conscious choice, because I've got some more lessons to learn. And I can also teach. I can be a healer for others. But her deal was, well, I'm not going back to a sick system. I'm going to heal my body. So because she'd set that intention at such a high level, she had this profoundly healing experience. She said she understood in that moment, in the coma, near there, she understood why she was sick. She understood that she'd brought it on herself. She saw her ego mind patterns, and she was willing to let them go. And so, she returned to her body and came out of her coma, and the sickness wasn't necessary anymore. It didn't now match her new internal state, and so the body healed itself very quickly. Within 4 days, her tumors had shrank by 70%. I mean, that's unheard of. The doctors were like, what? How's this happening? Because it's not explicable according to their laws. It takes much longer to do that, but they just weren't required anymore. She'd outgrown the sickness, and within 5 weeks she was completely free of cancer. She was discharged. She was released from hospital, and her doctors couldn't understand how that happened. They tried to explain it. Her oncologist claimed it was a chemotherapy that somehow kicked in to save her after organs had failed, and he'd written her off, which is bizarre. It's like, well, the chemo clearly didn't work. She's an organ failure. She didn't have any more chemo. It's like, why would the chemo suddenly start working at that late stage? But that's just his own failure, his own lack of faith. He doesn't want to see that there is a power that is so transcendent, that is way more powerful than any drugs that are known to man, that she was tapping into. And so, they have to deny the whole system. They have to say, no, this interior domain isn't real, and therefore the miracle isn't real, because it threatens their whole world. The Western allopathic medical system is built on a thought system that is really saying this is reality, and this is all unreal. It's a bit woo-woo, and we're just going to focus all of our healing efforts on the exterior. Well, this Anita's healing denies it completely. So Elaine's going to come back. Okay, no problem, Elaine. So these kinds of experiences, we can learn from. So there's a great video, a 25-minute video clip of her reading part of her best-selling book, Dying to Be Me. And she actually describes this blissful expanded awareness she went into during her near-death experience.
It's a
So
good
it's a
book.
description of a heavenly state, a state of pure formless awareness, which is interesting. Yeah, question, Susie?
No, I said it was a good book. I think I read
Yeah.
it during COVID. It was somebody had recommended it to me then,
Mm.
and I read it.
Mm. So it's a demonstration of these principles. So like, well, yes, no one, as far as I'm aware, had ever healed from cancer that was that advanced. Once your organs are shutting down, that's it. It's supposed to be game over. You're out of there within 24 hours. Your body can't sustain with organs not functioning. So the fact that it was so advanced and she pulled back from that shows that there's no order of difficulty in miracles. There really is a transcendent power that can do anything. And when you tap into that, then miracles happen, and nothing the ego can conceive of. Its magic remedies can't come close to that kind of power. There's nothing the ego could do that would have healed her in the same way. The oncologist just couldn't accept it, so he had to kind of go, well, it was the chemo. And it's self-evident that it wasn't. She had an experience that's what healed her, that profoundly changed her mind. The chemo had nothing to do with it. But if you deny the internal domain, you're denying the subjective domain, and your whole world is the objective exterior, then you have to deny that that's possible. You see, because that healing would have very, very much challenged his whole thought system and his ego. Okay, well, there's something else that that works much better. Or maybe if I'm open to it, and I really went and looked at it, his whole career as an oncologist might have come into question. Well, why am I doing this when there's something that's way more powerful? It works much better. Maybe I should be looking into these alternative ways of healing rather than the normal medical system. If I'm a genuinely healer, see, but most doctors don't think of themselves as healers. They're more like mechanics. Okay, well, I've got to fix your body. But the true healer tries to heal the body, mind, together, and bring that person back into a state of well-being. Not just, okay, you're able to function better, usually with magic pills to kind of sustain you. You're actually well. Well comes from the spiritual idea of the well, that we draw on, this well of divine essence, the water, life-giving water that we draw on, and that feeds us. And Yeshua said, he who drinks of me will never thirst. It's a quote from the Bible. It was at a watering well. And said, oh no, there's no more water, or you can't have any more. And he said, it was a Samaritan woman. He said, will you get me some water? And she was saying, no, I can't do that because I'm a Samaritan. Am I supposed to be like verboten for Jews? You're not supposed to talk to me or interact with me. And he just said, well, I will give you water. I will give you the divine water. And if you drink of me, then you will not thirst anymore. So he meant drink of the Spirit, which is this deeper well of source energy that is life-giving and life-affirming. Okay, so let's go back. So yeah, listen to that or watch that. There's the book which you've read already, but anyone who hasn't, it's a great book to read. I highly recommend it. Very inspiring, because it's a demonstration of all these principles at a high level that we're studying, a demonstration of them in action in this Anita Moojani's life, and just how transformational they are. Okay, so that brings us to our live session, and next part of that is today's lesson. Any before we move on, Susie, any comments or questions about any of that teaching? We'll explore it more in the lesson, because there's two lessons that are pertinent.
No, it's I like what you said, because it is true. You have to watch out for the defense. And the book is really good, and I think I've seen this description of heaven before with I think you've shared it before as well, so it is well worth looking at again, because it's like you said, everything about Course in Miracles is like in it. It's in that experience, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it's a demonstration of the principles that we study, and demonstration is very powerful, because it shows you that this actually does work in practice. Imagine if we had a theory and you couldn't demonstrate the theory. Well, that's not, clearly the theory couldn't be true then. The theory must be demonstrably true, which interestingly is the whole scientific method. Science came along 500 years ago. So they said, well, okay, we have to, observe objectively, and we see what works and what doesn't. And then we go accordingly. We can't be wedded to dogma that says, well, this is the way it is just because we believe it is. We have to be able to, look and observe and see for ourselves. That was a scientific method which opened up the mind from its rigid dogmatic belief system of sin and guilt. The Dark Ages was a dark age just because a thought system based on guilt that was perpetuated by the church dominated, certainly in Europe. And this is saying, no, you can let go of all that. You can free your mind from that program, and you can heal. And this is a demonstration of it. Now, the scientific method was 500 years ago. That was the cutting edge, and that was part of the mind's evolution. But what's happened over the last 500 years is that's become another dogma. So Rupert Sheldrake has taken on the whole scientific establishment. He said, this is not science, guys, because you are no longer doing science when you have dogmatic beliefs and you believe those irrespective of the evidence. If you don't take into account, things like Anita Mojani's healing, and you just exclude those and you ignore them and you don't incorporate them into your science, then your science is very limited. And you are doing exactly what they did 500 years ago with religions. And you're saying, we have a dogma, we accept the dogma, and anything that is counter to that dogma, that seems to go against it, we just deny it, we ignore it. Well, that's not science anymore, is it? They're not following their own scientific method. So he gave this, wonderful critique. He said he did a talk 10 years ago, a TED talk in London, where he critiqued it. And he said these are the 10 critiques of the scientific materialist paradigm, which he called the New World Religion, and really unpacked it. Very erudite, very learned. There's no reason why that talk should have been banned, but they banned it. Interesting. Eh? TED banned the talk because he was pushing in to areas that they didn't want him to go, and questioning the paradigm, the scientific materialist paradigm that really is the default world religion of the ego. So the ego pushes back and says, no, we don't want to hear the truth, so we'll just ban the talk. But you can still listen to it, and later on in the program I'll send it to you. You can listen to this really critique of this thought system that is behind our Western society. He's saying that it's false. You really need to look at it carefully, because when you start critiquing it in a rigorous way, it falls apart. Which is, that's why they banned the talk, because it doesn't withstand the kind of awareness and the critical analysis that he was exposing it to. So it's become really the modern religion. The modern worldview is just a religion that most people don't even think of it as a religion. But a religion is anything. Religare means to bind together. It's any thought system that binds people together into a common understanding. And you look at the integral model, well, that's this domain, bottom left, interior, collective, of shared values, meanings, a culture that creates. And so, this thought system of the ego has created this culture that, like, actually the world is outside of us, and everything's external, and we seek for solutions in the external rather than within us. And that's produced these kinds of systems: the medical system, governments, the corporate, world, capitalism, the whole system. These systems are projections of the mind. And so now we need to really go and look very carefully at the interior domain of these systems and go, okay, so what are these systems are made up of? Thoughts, emotions, they are beliefs. Let's really look at these beliefs, because that's where the systems originate. And that's what this mind training, the Course in Miracles, is doing. It's looking at these beliefs very, very carefully and bringing the false beliefs to the truth. And once you're aware that they're untrue, then it's quite easy to let them go. How can you continue to hold on to a delusion? Okay. So does that make sense? So that's all a nice preparation and lead-in to today's lesson, which is lesson 148, another review lesson. So if you can read that, let me just stop the recording. So if you can read that for us.
My mind awareness holds only what I think with God, pure formless awareness of perfect love. If I defend myself, I am attacked. Sickness is a defense against the truth.
Okay, so let's just unpack those, have a little discussion about each one. So the key idea, and that's been every day for the last 7-8 days. So any thoughts on that? A mind or awareness?
It's been good, really, because it's bringing you back to that awareness and knowing that pure formless awareness of perfect love is always there. And it's bringing yourself back to that. And sometimes we mistake it as if there's got to be a whole dialogue or something, but it's not. It's just that presence, isn't it? Just knowing and believing in the presence that is bigger than what you believe in. And yeah. And then
letting that direct your thoughts. You see, that's what powerful is. Okay, my mind holds only what I think with God, but you start to become aware of how much you're thinking that's not coming from pure formless awareness. So it brings that into awareness to be released. Okay, this isn't pure formless awareness of perfect love. This is guilt or fear or attack thoughts or whatever, and you become aware of it. And that's necessary, that process of watching your mind, being aware of the thoughts that are not loving, not coming from loving awareness, is essential. And then you make the choice to let them go. You go, no, that's not what I want. I don't want to think those kinds of thoughts. I don't want to feel those kinds of feelings. So I do the only thing I can do, and I let them go. And then there's a dropping, there's a letting go of those thoughts and emotions that characterize the ego. And this is the way you undo them. So the only way you're going to undo the ego, because it's a pack of lies, various false beliefs, is systematically and progressively expose those beliefs, bring them into awareness, see that they're false, and then let go of the thoughts and the emotions that make up the beliefs. And that's what this process of forgiveness or letting go does. It cleans the mind of those beliefs and everything related to the belief, because a belief, it's a fundamental belief, has a set of thoughts, a thought pattern or system behind it, and emotions as well. So the ego is a thought system, and we need to undo the whole system. We unpick it belief by belief. You go and you look at it and you unpick each one. and eventually there's a complete healing. There's nothing left to unpick. So what's left then is the simple truth of who you are. Okay. So any other thoughts on the first one? My mind or awareness. Translate mind to awareness. Use that if it's helpful. It's part of my own awareness. And my awareness, what am I aware of? Holds only, my mind, well, my awareness holds only what I think with God. What I think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay, so how does pure formless awareness of perfect love think? Well, in this world, it gets translated into loving, kind, helpful thoughts. That's how it thinks. So if we find ourselves being loving and kind and helpful, then this is the expression of this presence we call pure formless awareness of perfect love in action. See that? Okay. So the first one, the first review lesson, if I defend myself, I am attacked. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, it's easy to get into that place, but it's being aware that you're defending something that's not true.
Yeah, and when you can do that, then the defenses start to become, obviously unnecessary. Okay, I'm defending against what's not true. Well, do I need to defend that? No, I don't. See, once that logic comes into your mind, well, I can drop my defenses then, because what I'm defending against simply isn't true. Which is so simple, but it requires vigilance to see it. Because so much of what we do is a defense against the truth.
Mm.
And seeing those defenses clearly as what they are, as defenses, recognizing the cost of that. If you defend, then you're saying I'm attacked. You're saying I'm attacked, then I'm not who I really am, because my true self can't be attacked. Then I must be misidentifying myself as this fairly weak, fragile, helpless, innovative little life that the ego has invented that can be attacked and hurt and killed. Is that really what I want to do in my life? My answer is surely obvious. No, you don't. By your defensiveness, you make the illusion that seems to be attacking you real. See how it works.
Mm.
So defenses and fear go hand in hand. And the more you defend, the more fear you have, and the more the illusion gets perpetuated and strengthened. So he's saying defenses are how the ego works. And you want to undo your defenses. Whenever you find yourself defending against any kind of imagined outcome, and that can be just planning. He goes into the planning and says, well, if you plan obsessively for the future, then that is a defense against the truth. So be vigilant of it. Right? Be vigilant that if I defend myself, I'm attacked because I'm giving power to these illusions by making these defenses. Okay, any other thoughts on that first one?
Nope.
I defend myself, I'm attacked. Okay. So sickness is a defense against the truth. So then he takes, the general principle and he makes it specific, and he says, well, let's talk about sickness. And sickness is just another defense against the truth, quite a powerful one. It's one of the ego's primary ones. It defends against the truth because it makes the illusions real. So the system, the medical system, is a defense against the truth. Do you see that?
Mm.
System is a defense against the truth because it's designed to perpetuate the reality of sickness. By taking all these measures to counter sickness, you make sickness real. And that keeps the mind enslaved. And you'll notice, isn't it interesting, when people start to awaken, what's one of the first things they do? They reject the medical system, don't they? They go, I'm not going there. That's a symptom of awakening. People go, no, I don't need to go to a doctor or any kind of specialist for healing. I look primarily within. I look to the Holy Spirit, and maybe it takes a form of looking at alternatives. So you might go and visit other alternative healers and so on, possibly as part of the healing process. But in the end, the healing lies within your own mind, whatever the condition is. As Nita Mojani demonstrates, and many others have demonstrated, the healing is in your own mind. When you heal your own mind, then you heal the body conditions as well. Okay, so any other thoughts about sickness? Sickness is a defense against the truth. Defenses as a source of ego strength. Defenses tell you that you're attacked. Defenses tell you that you're weak, you're vulnerable, you can be hurt, you can ultimately die. It's a thought system of death. Why would you choose that? Why would you want that? So the genius of Yeshua is he's saying, well, let me just expose it to you. I'm going to just tell you what it is. I'm not going to hold anything back and mollycoddle you. I'm going to tell you exactly what the ego is and how it works. And then you will make up your own mind to let it go, because when it's exposed to you for what it is, who in their right mind could choose it? And so then the letting go into the Holy Spirit, it becomes automatic. Okay, so any other thoughts, comments, questions on those 3 lessons, really? There's 3 key ideas there. And you're finding them helpful?
Yeah, because it's like daily reminder, isn't it? With the
Keep
truth.
them in mind. And just apply them by thinking these thoughts, even as things are kicking off in your world. By applying them, applying the thoughts, we apply the truth. We learn the truth experientially. That's the key, not just theoretical exercise there. So this is where the rubber meets the road in these workbook lessons, and apply them to these situations that crop up in your life. And remind yourself frequently, because he's saying, the ego has been dominant in your mind for so long that you're going to need these frequent reminders to dislodge it. Okay, so happy with the lesson. I defend myself, I'm attacked. Sickness is a defense against the truth. Nice, connected lessons. And all of that within the framework of my mind, holding only what I think is God, or pure formless oneness of perfect love. So if I can maintain myself in that awareness, then I have the awareness. You see, what he's doing at the top level is saying, okay, establish the awareness first. Go into your true awareness and then consider within that awareness. Now you're in that state, consider then these ideas, and you'll get a deeper experience because you're already in that awareness. Okay, so happy to do a meditation. Susie, want to do a meditation on the lesson?
Yeah.
Okay. Start that in a few seconds. I'm just going to get the recording going. I feel a sneeze coming on, so I'm just going to stay. Was it letting go of the sneeze? Okay. It's gone. All right. So just making yourself comfortable and into your favorite meditation posture. Just sitting with your feet shoulder width apart, your back straight. Cup your hands in your lap and put your hands, palms facing upwards on each thigh. Hands can lightly touch or keep them apart. Back straight. Close your eyes and start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. Breathing in. Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clench the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. All the energy up the spine into your heart center. Put one hand on your heart to connect with your heart space. Draw the energy up into the crown of your head. Pause at the top of the inhale, so it's a maximal inhale breath. Another sip of air in, so you topped up with air. Hold the breath briefly. Now just scan your mind for any defenses against the truth. So that could be sickness. Maybe there's some sickness in you or in people you know. Maybe the defense is special relationship. So various ego dramas going on with your relationship. Anxiety thoughts, perhaps. And anything else that is unpleasant, whatever feels not right, it's not sitting with you. Breathe into that. And now consider these ideas. Say, first of all, my mind or awareness holds only what I think with God or pure formless awareness. Or perfect love. So if you notice anything that's not that feels uncomfortable, difficult, kind of a covering over that, an opposition to that, a resistance to that, breathe into it again and allow this light and life energy, which is the truth, come into every pore and every cell. Every muscle of your body. Every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in the light of truth, true awareness. And you say, if I defend myself, I am attacked. So I will not defend myself. It's illusions anymore. Look at those illusions, whether that's sickness, tend to heal sickness with magic pills, vaccines, potions, whatever you think is going to work on the level of form. You breathe into that and flow it all away with the breeze of your breath. Reminding yourself as you do that, that sickness, feeling any kind of sickness or hurt or pain, let that all go. Blowing it all away with the breeze of your breath. With the stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And you just rest in this deep peace, in the awareness that holds only what you think was God, or pure, formless awareness of perfect love. And just stay rooted in this deeper awareness. Awareness of the truth that you defended against your whole life, and now you choose to accept it. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Yeah, just breathe normally in and out through your nose. Observe the breath flowing into the nostrils and then out of the nostrils. Keep your mind very present in the holy instant of a holy aware moment in which all transformation happens. Sinking inwards deeper and deeper with each breath into the calm, peaceful, still, quiet state of mind. Just surrendering in. In this deep, peaceful, blissful state. Nothing else to do, nowhere else to go, nothing else to think about. Breathe, relax, be still. Surrender to that stillness completely. This is the pure formless awareness, perfect love. Mind of God, put another way. And just sink into the mind of God, this pure formless awareness, perfect love for a couple of minutes of deep silence, in which you experience the truth. Drop all your defenses and just emerge, go within into the truth of what you really are. The next few minutes of deep silence. So just gently coming back from this deep state of awareness. So hopefully you went into the last 5 minutes or so. And you come back into an awareness gently of your body and your breath and the senses, and via that the world. And on the count of 3, open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. And you pause at the top of the inhale. Smile. So scan your mind. Just look for any thoughts, emotions untoward that are a defense against the truth, thoughts of sickness, fear, anxiety, minor irritation, frustration, anything that feels uncomfortable physically. Notice where that sits. Breathe into all of that. So with the breath, you invite spacious awareness in. And then you bring in the healing balm of these true ideas. So say my mind, my awareness holds only what I think, with God, pure formless awareness of perfect love. I defend myself, I am attacked. And sickness is defense against the truth. And then these true ideas in mind, you just let go, drop it all, let go of everything that's problematic, drop it all into the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. Blow it all out. Releasing it. Notice how the air flows out. Chest and the stomach suck back in. The weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Noticing what you're feeling and touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, a smell in your nose. There's that. Notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state. State of mind without illusions, without defenses. So just stay rooted in this awareness. You want to set an intention to stay here. Use today's lesson to help you do that. So practice the lesson by listening to the breath break I've given you, or the short instructions, Telegram, or your email. And that should keep you connected to the truth and in the flow. So 3, open your eyes and look around. Just take a minute to ground yourself back to this world, this reality. Notice an object in the room, pick any object. Notice the same peaceful awareness that you had when your eyes were closed, or is there, underlying it. And look at another object, notice the same awareness. Do that for half a dozen objects, just for a couple of seconds at a time each. And so you notice that there's just one awareness. It's the same awareness. It's the pure formless awareness of perfect love that underlies all things. So God is this awareness. God goes with you wherever you go because God is this awareness. And it's with you because it's in your mind. And so it is. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and the first part of the session. So now we can have a look at our text if you like. Susie, you up for some text?
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks for that, Jono.
Yeah, only a pleasure. So let me just get the recording going. Just try and split the recording. So okay, so today's text reading called A Little Willingness, section 4 of chapter 18. We're on to, I'll just expand that a bit to make it a bit bigger. So A Little Willingness, it's 8 paragraphs, I think. Yeah, so it's not a particularly long one. And I've already done some translations. So you want to read it in the original, and then line by line we'll go down to the alternative, and we'll have a look at the translation and see if we can improve it from last year. We did this last year.
The holy instant is the result of your determination to be holy. The now is the result of your determination to be present, I'd say.
I'm going to translate this as the holy aware moment.
Okay.
So the holy aware moment, it's where you're in the moment and you wholly aware present. The holy aware moment is the result of your determination to be, and remember we're personalizing it as well. So my determination to be holy, to be wholly aware, to be innocent, maybe. You can either translate that as wholly aware, or we can translate it as innocent.
I think starting with the now was good. The now moment is the result of my determination to be wholly aware. That sounds better. Yeah. Because sometimes on these texts, it's if you're not careful, you start thinking about the Bible and stuff like that. Whereas if you're talking about the now, you're bringing it very present into where we are.
Okay. Like that. The now is the result of my determination to be
wholly aware.
Okay.
It is the answer. The desire and the willingness to let it come precede its coming. The desire and the willingness to let it come precede its coming.
Yeah. Should we say my desire and willingness to let it come precede its coming? How about invite it to come? Mine willingness to let it come, invite it.
Invites it to come.
Yeah. Let it come, invite it. Desire and willingness, invite it to come. Okay.
I prepare my mind for it only to the extent of recognizing that
Prepare my mind for it only. Let's just read the original. You prepare your mind for it only to the extent of recognizing you want it above all else. Okay? Maybe that could be said better. Prepare my mind for it only. What should I, the extent of? I think just by would be simpler. Prepare my mind for it only by recognizing.
I prepare my mind for it only by recognizing that I want it above all else. Yeah, I prepare my mind for it only by recognizing that I want it above all else.
Yeah, maybe we should make it capitalized because we're referring to capitalize now, answer, wait only, wanted above all else. Okay, it's not necessary. And carry on.
Do not attempt to give.
Number 5.
It is not necessary that I do more. Indeed, it is necessary that I realize that I cannot do more. It is not necessary that I do more. Indeed, it is necessary that I realize that I cannot do more. I do not attempt to give the remembrance of perfect love what he does not ask or you will ask. I do not attempt to give the remembrance of perfect love
He does not ask. No, the Holy Spirit, what he does not ask.
what he does not ask.
But it.
Perfect love what it does not ask. Or I will add the benefit.
Just say instead of do, I will not attempt to give remembrance of perfect love what it does not ask for. Or I will add the belief in separation to it, so the ego to it, or add the ego to him and confuse the two, or add the belief in separation to it and confuse the two.
I will not attempt to give the remembrance of perfect love what it does not ask for, or I will add the belief in separation to it and confuse the two.
Yeah. So if you're trying to give it more than it asks for, then what's asking is not it. What's asking is in the ego, and then we end up getting confused about our guidance. You know, what is really calling the shots? It's really guiding us. Okay, number 7.
It asks but little.
It asks only for a little.
It asks only for a little.
It is it. Maybe it was this remembrance. Shall we say? Is this remembrance?
It is this remembrance which adds the greatness and the might.
Greatness and the might. So this could be translated. Greatness is right. So it adds the true greatness, and might is strength. So should we say in strength?
It adds only a little. It is this remembrance which adds the true greatness and strength.
Maybe capitalize, because we're referring to source here. Remembrance of source gives you greatness and strength, and those are the qualities of the source.
It joins with me to make the now far greater than I can understand. It is my realization.
You think now is better than wholly aware moment?
Yeah.
Huh?
You understand the now, though. You can get into the now, can't you? It is my realization that I need do so little that enables it to give so much. You can't seem to get over that, can you? That you don't have to do much. I mean, I think it's only just recently that I've started to realise that if I do sit in that stillness, there's a lot that happens in it. Whereas before, I never noticed that before. It's only now that I'm starting to notice. Before, I think I've been quite oblivious to it.
Yeah.
If there's any power in what we're doing.
Yeah. So the ego's, convinced us that we've got to do. And all of that's a defense against the truth. Why are you doing and doing and doing when the truth lies in stillness, in being? Yes, that's a distraction. So I need to do so little. I need to be still and be quiet and know that I am God. That's all I need to do. And be guided from that state. Yes, and practice actions usually still required. If you're living your life here, you can't just sit and do nothing. But your action is guided. It's not the doing for the sake of doing. Doing is a defense against the truth. It's inspired action. So, okay, yes, that feels right. You do it in the flow. You remain rooted. This is the key to flow. Remain rooted in the deepest stillness while you're in action. That's the flow in action. But if you don't even know the deepest stillness, then how can you maintain that stillness when you're in action? You see, so that's why meditation and these practices where you withdraw from the world and you go within and you establish yourself in this deep state are very helpful, because then you can carry that state with you into your daily life because you've established it. But if you don't know what that state is and you're just doing as a distraction, defense against the truth. Someone said to me the other day, "Oh no, I don't want to, be still and quiet and look at, what's going on because that brings up difficult emotions. So I just keep busy." But that's the classic distraction. You're distracting yourself and defending against the truth that's within you by all kinds of external actions. And so you never truly heal, because it can be quite painful, to really look within and really face those thoughts and emotions, and not distract yourself and go, "Oh, well, I'll just go out, I'll do something." You've got to face your stuff. And the lady was like, "Oh no, that's the modern way. The old way is you just do something else. You're uncomfortable, just go do something else. Distract yourself." And that's really what the world is designed to do, distract us from the truth. It's always something else to do, isn't it? Than just sit and be and face your stuff. So this is calling on us to allow the Holy Spirit to take charge and do its work, its healing work. So, do you want to read it from the top, Susie, just to make sure we got the translation correct, and then summarize it in your own words?
The now is the result of my determination to be wholly aware. It is the answer, my desire and willingness to let it come, invite it to come. I prepare my mind for it only by recognizing that I want it above all else. It is not necessary that I do more. Indeed, it is necessary that I realize that I cannot do more. I will not attempt to give the remembrance of perfect love what it does not ask for, or I will add the belief in separation to it and confuse the two. It takes only a little. It asks only for a little. It is this remembrance which adds the true greatness and strength. It joins with me to make the now far greater than I can understand. It is my realization that I need to do so little that enables it to give me so much. So yeah, it's telling you to focus on the now, just to be willing to do, to come to the now. That's very powerful, really. Even just that paragraph, to know that if you're determined to come into the now and practice what you're practicing, it is a game changer, isn't it?
Yeah. So now the now is the point.
Yeah.
In this world where you can access eternity. It's the closest approximation of eternity in this world. So the now would be the tip of the arrow in this diagram of the blue arrow. You come into that holy instant, or the now moment, or the holy aware moment, and it becomes a portal to go up the channel, symbolized by the arrow. So this is the Holy Spirit's reinterpretation of the world, and go into pure formless awareness. So you transcend, you go above the battleground, you go into this awareness, which is beautiful, blissful, peaceful, very healing. You might stay there for a while, even if it's a few moments of that awareness. It changes your perception, doesn't it? So now it comes back down. So it's a double-sided arrow for that reason. And you can now interpret the situation differently from this perspective, from the perspective of this source, pure formless awareness of perfect love, perfect oneness, interprets the situation, perceives it differently. And now this has been activated. It's come in via your perception, and then the thoughts, the words, and the actions that come from that perception. And this is how the spirit, which is pure formless awareness, enters in to the illusion. Oh, there's John joining us for the text as usual. So good. You got some help, Susie.
Hi, John.
Elaine said she might come back. So did Francis, actually. So we'll see. Hi, John. Welcome. As usual, timing's good. We just started the text.
Oh, right.
You do time it for. You always arrive at the start of the text.
Excellent. Good.
Yeah. So we just done paragraph 1. So
okay.
Yeah. So just want to summarize that for John again, and then we'll move on to number 2.
Hi, Susie. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too, John. Thank you for saving my life once again.
Everyone breathes a sigh. Oh, John's here. Okay.
I wouldn't put it that strongly.
No, well, I do. It will say 8 paragraphs. I think, really? Okay, is anybody coming? And John comes along. Thank you. So this paragraph is all about coming into the now, and it's letting us know that the now, if you focus on the now, that's a real big game changer for what can occur. And to remember it's about coming into the remembrance of perfect love in the now, because if you don't, you can confuse the belief in separation and perfect love. But it's really asking us that the strength is to be in the now, and the now is far greater, where you don't even have to do anything. It's not asking you to do much, which is amazing, really, because we come from doing, don't we?
Yeah, well summarized. And now, as I was saying in the diagram, it's the closest approximation of eternity in this world. It's the only point at which we can access this eternal awareness. We can't do it in the past or in the future because those are delusions. They don't really exist. They're just mental constructs that obscure the now. So it can only happen in the now. And it's far greater than we can imagine because it's the whole deal. The now gives us access to the whole of pure formless awareness, perfect love, infinity and eternity, which is way beyond the conception of any ego limited self-concept that we still believe in. So it's like a crack. The now is the crack in the ecosystem. See, so you got this past and future which cover it over, and the now is like this door. Imagine you're in a corridor, pretty dark corridor. There's no light, and there's some doors on either side, and you're going down this kind of dark corridor, and at the end there's a pit, and you're going to just sink into the abyss, and you're going to die. That's kind of what time and space is like. And now there's this. If you're willing to just stop and be present, and you look, you'll see this crack of light appearing, and that's the now. And then you open one of the doors, and that opens the door to another reality. So it's like you're in this dark tunnel, and the tunnel actually in reality is a little bubble that's sitting within this vast, spacious light awareness. And you've got caught up in this little tunnel, and you think that that's reality. And now the doorway is just a crack, and now is the crack, the opening into the other reality. And so the more you go into the now, the more you open that door, and it opens more and more, and the light of this other reality, which we call pure formless awareness, the perfect love, source, heaven, whatever you want to call it. Those are the names there. You can read them: eternity, love, oneness, heaven, Father, God, pure formless awareness of perfect love, knowledge, being, what is, spirit, source, many, whatever you call it. The now is the opening to that. And so the more you stay rooted in the now, the more you open that crack. And then that's how you get out of the system, of the timeline, this dark timeline from birth to death, which is taking you to your ultimate aging and death. And you can get out of it in the now. And then you go outside of the whole system.
I was interested in your Telegram message this morning, John, in that context. And I think it's a quote from the Manual for Teachers. It's the last bit of it, actually, where it says, but it starts each teaching learning situation is maximal in the sense that each person, etc.
Yeah.
But it finished. What struck me was number 6, actually. Yet all who meet will someday meet again. For it is the destiny of all relationships to become holy. I just wondered whether we could just
unpack that,
dwell on that a little bit. Yeah, because
I
mean, to me it says what makes me, well, at first I thought, so we all meet our old friends and those close relationships, and that's nice, but I don't think it does mean that. I think it means that we meet in a different place that is beyond our imagination in this world.
Interpreted correctly, I think it means exactly that. Yes. Or the destiny of all relationships is to meet again in source. We meet in pure formless awareness, the perfect love, which is our home. So whatever happens on this level, you might not see the person again, physically communicate with them, interact with them, but you'll meet with them again someday. You could interpret as well in another lifetime. That's another interpretation, possibly. But I think, from our perspective, interpreting from a pure non-dual sense, we meet again. Everyone will meet again in pure formless awareness of perfect love when time is over, because we become one. It's why we merge into one awareness. So of course we meet, we join, we become one awareness, and that's the ultimate unification. that every relationship is just a mirror of, it's just a glimpse of that unified state. If it's a holy relationship, it's a little miniature glimpse of what unity in heaven is like in this world.
Good, thanks. Yeah.
Okay, does that
Yeah, that's good.
yeah, I mean, you could interpret on another level and say, well, at some point he's saying we'll meet again in time, maybe not in this life, but in another lifetime. I guess that may be, but the destiny of all relationships would seem to be too all-encompassing for something as specific as, meeting in another lifetime, wouldn't it? So it's destiny of all relationships is to become holy, because we all end up in pure formless awareness of perfect love, and we become one.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, we might re-encounter somebody in another life, but it doesn't necessarily become a holy relationship.
Yeah, and we may or we may not. There's no guarantee of that.
Yeah.
That you necessarily would meet someone from this life in another life, because maybe you ascend and you're done with it. So then you wouldn't meet them if they, but you definitely, the only certainty is you will meet in pure formless awareness of perfect love, your source, because that's the destiny of all minds, to return to the source. So that's a guarantee. It's a done deal. At the end of time, we all meet in this awareness, and we become one again. And so there is no, there's no separate, no more separate identities. The characters in the dream have faded away, and there's just this singular awareness, the one, as he said, God has only one son. That's the clue there. Shall I bring that up? Actually, that might be useful. God has only one son. That's the clue. God has only one son. Do you want to read that briefly?
Yeah. Each teaching learning situation is maximal in the sense that each person involved will learn the most that he can from the other person at that time. In this sense, and in this sense only, we can speak of levels of teaching. Using the term in this way, the second level of teaching is a more sustained relationship, in which for a time two people enter into a fairly intense teaching learning situation and then appear to separate. As with the first level, these meetings are not accidental, nor is what appears to be the end of the relationship a real end. Again, each has learned the most he can at the time. Yet all who meet will someday meet again, for it is the destiny of all relationships to become holy. God is not mistaken in his Son.
Yeah. So I think the last sentence gives you the clue as to how to interpret it. There's God has one son. So one pure formless awareness of perfect love, translated into alternative language. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is not mistaken in its one extension. There is only one extension, i.e. one awareness. There is no mistake. So we share that awareness, and we will then, the relationship will become holy, because it will merge the two separate selves, just merge into one, and they become one awareness. And that's the destiny of all relationships, is that they all collapse. The duality of them collapses into the singularity of perfect oneness, and we become one awareness again, as we were before time began. And that's the overriding unity and the destiny of everyone and everything in this universe. That's the ultimate purpose of it. It transcends all the illusory purposes of the ego.
Yeah, it's good.
All become, one awareness, which we always have been, but the delusion that we're something else just has disappeared now. So that one awareness has always been and always will be the truth. We've just covered it over with the delusion that somehow we believe we're separate, and invented a whole world to perpetuate that illusion of separation.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Happy with that, Susie? Any questions on that? Okay, I'll go back to the text then for today. So happy to move on from number 1.
Yeah.
Do you want to, just for your own purposes, John, do you want to just read it in the alternative one more time, just so you get
Yeah, okay. The now is the result of my determination to be wholly aware. It is the answer. My desire and willingness to let it come, invite it to come. I prepare my mind for it only by recognizing that I want it above all else. It is not necessary that I do more. Indeed, it is necessary that I realize that I cannot do more. I will not attempt to give the remembrance of perfect love what it does not ask for, or I will add the belief in separation to it and confuse the two. It asks only for a little. It is this remembrance which adds the true greatness and strength. It joins with me to make the now far greater than I can understand. It is my realization that I need to do so little that enables it to give me so much. Yeah.
Okay, clear? Anything you want to...
Yeah, it's bringing to mind actually an incident that happened whilst we were away walking. There were 6 of us, and there was one of our group, a lady actually, and she seemed to have this nervous predisposition to talking about herself continuously.
Yeah.
And constantly talking about things that had happened in the past. Quite a remarkable memory for detail. And it was irritating me to death.
While you were walking?
No, while we were sitting around at dinner, because I can avoid it when I'm walking.
Right. Walked ahead of it.
But there were 6 of us round at dinner, and the others were obviously feeling it as well, but to different degrees. And I thought I'm not going to survive this. I've got to do something. So I started surrounding her in light, and that did help me emotionally. Yeah, I wasn't getting so wearied by it and actually annoyed by it. But I didn't feel complete. It didn't solve the situation. It's only with a bit of distance and having come away from it that I realized that it was inviting me to say to her that what she's saying is very interesting, but we need to hear from everybody else around the table about where they're at. And to say that in a loving way. It needed intervention. It needed a loving, clear intervention that I didn't think of at the time.
Did you ask the Holy Spirit for guidance or not?
And I think I was so frazzled by it, it didn't occur to me.
Yeah.
I did meditate on it, and I was giving up my annoyance to the Holy Spirit and saying the lesson for the day, and that's when it came to me to surround her in light. But I didn't get further than that.
Yeah, well, it's all the learning, it's like, if you really let it go, it's okay. So you show me. I always find it very helpful. It's okay. Well, I don't know. So show me. I'm open to whatever suggestions. Show me how to respond to this in a very loving, kind way.
Yeah.
And what's truly helpful. I mean, that prayer to be truly helpful is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Like,
yeah.
So, you could read that prayer and say, okay, so prayer to be truly helpful. It's in every email, by the way, that I send you.
I know. I've got it written down here as well.
Yeah. So you know, because it just activates that. Okay, so I'm here to be truly helpful to this person and the whole. It's the whole group as well. So it's not just you and her. It's
No.
You have to be truly helpful to the whole. What is for the highest good of the whole? Okay, the moment you open yourself to that intention, say, okay, I don't know exactly what to do, but I'm open. Then you open the door for the Holy Spirit to come in and give you guidance. And that can come in a thought. It could come in a suggestion from someone else, or something that someone sends you. You just don't know, how this can unfold. But always say, well, what's truly helpful, which is for the highest good, and then you listen. You say, well, if I don't get an answer immediately, let me just listen and be present to that still small voice, which will come in some way. If you ask for guidance, it's inevitable. It'll give you the guidance. You just got to be open to how that shows up. It may not be your own thoughts. It may be someone coming in and just telling you something. Maybe it's a course, something in the course. You don't know. There's many ways the Holy Spirit can communicate. So maybe next time, just get into the habit of doing the helpfulness prayer and saying, okay, I want to be truly helpful. Use me. It's not my will, but thy will be done. Use me for the highest good in this situation. And then you let it go. You don't necessarily know what that is. The whole point is I don't know. So, okay, I'm not going to try and then work it out myself. I just give it over and I ask for the guidance, and then I trust that it will come in the right time. And maybe it comes immediately, but often it doesn't. You get the guidance later, or it comes in the moment. You're talking to her and you just find yourself saying something that you didn't intend, but it's quite helpful. But it's useful to start with, when you do start this mind training process, because we're not in that awareness to really ask for the guidance and just be conscious about it and say, yeah, okay, well, show me that. And then you're inviting the Holy Spirit in the moment, and then be watchful. Be like, okay, well, I'm present, and I'm watchful, and I'm going to be aware of what's happening, because if I've asked for guidance, then surely it will come, but it may not come in the form that I think it will come. So I need to be aware of, whatever. It can come in someone else's conversation. It can come in a text message. It can come in a billboard, a signpost, anything. But this is the vigilance. Like, okay, be aware, because it's trying to communicate with you through various channels. And then it sounds like you partially gave it up, but you didn't fully give it up to the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
It was kind of a half job, and so maybe the effectiveness wasn't what it could have been if you'd given it fully over. But that's fine. It's just learning. So next time, okay, well, in a similar situation, and almost certainly you'll be tested, almost certainly you'll get the test again. Because then that's the lesson again. Okay, so the same woman or another woman or something, and then you find the irritation coming up, and then you get the chance to do it differently.
Yeah.
Which is great. The Holy Spirit gives you the chance to correct any mistakes.
Yeah.
With new situations. So instead of resisting that, you go, oh, great, I got another opportunity to get it right this time. All right. So then you welcome it in. You don't resist it. Okay, so happy to move to number 2. I think it's you, John. Trust not your good intentions.
Trust not your good intentions. They are not enough.
Okay, so let's just try and remember we're personalizing it. I haven't done the personalization. So I will not
trust my own good intentions. I will not trust
my good intentions.
good intentions. They are not enough. But trust implicitly, but I do trust, but I must trust implicitly.
Move that here, but I trust.
Implicitly trust
my willingness. My willingness, that's exactly what I was saying, my willingness to listen. So it's a perfect lesson for you, isn't it? I will not trust my good intentions because your good intentions weren't enough in that situation.
Yeah.
You surrounded her in light, good intentions.
Yeah.
I must implicitly trust my willingness to listen, whatever else may enter.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know the answer, but I'm willing to listen. I'm open to guidance. And let me concentrate only on this, as he says.
Yeah. But I must implicitly trust my willingness to listen, whatever else may enter. I concentrate, I focus only on this.
Let's just say, listen to the remembrance. Well, I'm adding this in, but my willingness to do what? He doesn't really define it, does he?
No.
My willingness to listen to the remembrance of perfect love. That's all we have to trust, you see. Saying you don't have to know all the answers. You just have to be willing, really willing to listen. Because if you're willing to listen, then the answers will come because of your willingness to listen. But if you think you know the answers and you think you can do it yourself, and you're not willing to listen, then the Holy Spirit can't help you because you block it out. You don't listen to the guidance. Whatever else may happen, so we say instead of enter, whatever else may.
Yes.
So whatever else may happen, I must implicitly. But whatever else may happen, I must implicitly trust my willingness to listen to the remembrance of perfect love. So it becomes like whatever's happening in your life, whatever the situation is, that wasn't particularly, it was just a minor irritation. But whatever's happening in your life, if the chips are really down and things are going seemingly horribly pear-shaped, then you must trust your willingness to listen. And you look at examples of people like Viktor Frankl went into concentration camp in World War II. He trusted, he had whatever else was happening, he trusted his willingness to listen. It was an inner guidance and he followed it, and that was what saw him through the 3 hellish years. There was another guy called Admiral Jim Stockdale who was shot down in the Vietnam War, and he was captured. And he said he was parachuting down. He was like, well, I'm in for a ride here because, they're going to catch me. And then I'm in a Vietnamese prison. And he was a Stoic. He studied the Stoic philosophers, Epictetus and stuff. So he said, okay, I must call upon the Stoic wisdom. The Stoics were really, the philosophy is very similar to A Course in Miracles. Very much like forbearance. Okay, life is a lesson. You can learn, from every situation, and you can grow. And so he set that intention up front before he went into, what would have broken many people. I think he was for 7 or 8 years. He was in a Vietnamese prisoner of war, and they didn't treat their prisoners particularly well. He really had to dig deep and go, okay, this is happening for me. There's a lesson here that I can learn. And he went within, and he was able to listen consistently to this inner guidance, this inner voice that got him through. And Viktor Frankl said, in those extreme situations, the guys who didn't have that connection, they couldn't listen, and they were just looking for a solution on the level of form. They're like, Christmas is coming. that we'll be free by Christmas, and Christmas would come and Christmas would go, and they weren't free by Christmas. And then they lost hope because they were looking for the external to change rather than going, okay, it doesn't matter about the external. I have, my inner guide, my inner compass, and that voice will never let me down. It's always there if I'm willing to just listen to it and not get sidetracked by the ego's distractions. It's trying to get you to focus on form rather than on the inner guidance. So then he's saying, concentrate only on this. So I must concentrate. So he's giving us advice, but now we give our advice to ourselves. I must concentrate only on this.
And not be disturbed by the shadows that surround it, or
Yeah.
by the shadows that surround it. This is why you came. This is why I came. This is why I came.
The shadows. So, I mean, that's very poetic, but not be disturbed by the distractions, because really that's what it is. Hi, Elaine. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, Elaine.
Be disturbed
Oh, hi, John.
By the distraction. Yeah, good.
That's around it. So we live in this world of, it's distractionville. David Hoffmeister is like, the world is just a massive distraction from the truth. So there's all these distractions, but you must go within and listen to the guidance no matter what. So it's like you tuned in to a specific channel, and it's clear and it's calm, and this wisdom's coming through. And the ego is always trying to knock you off that channel. So it would be like, going off the channel on a radio, and then it goes into all the static channels. It's like, it's just all broken up and choppy or static. And it's designed the world to do that. It's trying to get you to not focus and distract you. And he's saying, concentrate on just this willingness to listen to this inner guidance. And how you do that, people say, well, okay, so how do I actually do that? Well, that's spiritual practice. So whenever you meditate, you practice a workbook lesson. So the daily practice, when he says, do this hourly, that's a period, only a few minutes, every hour, where you concentrate on the willingness to listen, don't you? You're saying, okay, I'm going to dedicate this 3-4 minutes to the willingness to listen. And then that will carry through. If I keep doing that, that's going to carry through into the rest of the time, the rest of the hour. Okay, I've set my intention to be willing to listen in the same way as Admiral Jim Stockdale did, and Viktor Frankl must have done. Okay, but they must have had to do it repeatedly. Okay, I set it up front. This is the intention. This is the purpose I'm giving this. And then you remind yourself, and that carries you through the rest of the hour, and then you do it again. And so that's how you concentrate, doing these spiritual practices. And you start to get it then. The more you concentrate and you focus on a single purpose, the more it starts to become second nature. And you start to get it. By default, becomes your new default. That's what he's trying to do here. It's install a new default modus operandi for your mind and your life. Okay, so number 5, that is why I came.
That is why I came. If I could come without them, if I could come without them, I would not need the now. I could come without them, I would not need the now.
I'll just change that to the wholly aware moment. So
when it says them, is referring to
the shadows.
the shadows. Yeah. yeah. The
Not disturb the shadows around it.
could come without the distractions.
Yeah.
I would
I
not
would
need
the
the holy aware moment. Yeah.
So that's the
Concept.
antidote. You come into this whole awareness in the moment, and in that moment you tune in to the remembrance of perfect love.
Yeah.
And that is a counter to the distractions of the world. You can actually listen to clear guidance, but only in the now. You notice if you get consumed with past and future, you're not clear enough. You can't hear that guidance. It gets obscured by your past conditioning, by your future fears, and it's just a mess of thoughts that are designed to cover over that guidance so that you don't hear it. Which is probably what happened. I mean, that's probably what happened with you. Is you just the interference was too much, and you couldn't get clear enough.
Yeah.
And open enough of a crack in the ego system. You did it partially, but not enough
No,
to really allow the full guidance to come in, and then to allow the Holy Spirit to take charge of the situation and then change the outcome. Might have been even more. Sounds like there was some letting go and healing, but it could have been even more so.
Oh yeah. It was only.
And potentially, maybe you could have helped her to see.
Yeah.
Really, what all that was a cry for love, wasn't it? She was saying, "I'm really coping with my life, and I'm talking because I'm trying to get some kind of solution, and it's inappropriate in polite company, but really, she's just asking for love."
Yeah.
So then, you as the miracle worker, are like, okay, well, how can I be truly helpful to this lady in the situation? And if you really listen, then the guidance might have come in. You might have, because you weren't able to crack that, were you? You couldn't really speak to her.
No.
So maybe you could have, but anyway, that's just learning. It's like, okay, for next time.
I did feel kind of suffocated by it at the time. At the time. Yeah.
So that was the distraction. You see, all of her noise was the distraction, the shadows that he's talking about, that stopped you listening to the guidance, which was then obscured, and so you couldn't fully listen and then respond accordingly. But he's saying, you need the now, you need the holy aware moment, exactly because of these distractions. The system's been set up to distract you, so that's what the ego's designed it to do, and the practice is to ignore those distractions by bringing your attention back, into the moment. And that's what he's saying, is concentrate. So he's asking for concentration and focus to overcome these distractions. And you do that through spiritual practice, by practicing these lessons and the meditations and reading the text and the workbook and so on. That's how you concentrate your attention, and learn not to get distracted by these extraneous noise, really.
So number 7, I come to it not in arrogance, assuming that I must achieve the state. I come to it not in arrogance, assuming that I must achieve the state its coming brings with it. Come to it not in arrogance, assuming that I'm.
Let's say I do not. Do not come to it.
No, I do not come to it.
Arrogance. So the arrogance would assume that I must achieve the state its coming brings with it. So this is what the ego says. It says, oh, well, you need to be there already. You need to be in that state already. Oh, you're just not getting it. So forget this. This isn't working, because you need to be, fully enlightened already in the moment, fully present already. Oh, well, you're not, so you're failing. Oh, well, just abandon the whole thing. This is how the ego will work, because it's going to do anything it can to defend against the truth. So don't assume that I must achieve the state its coming brings with it, right? I must achieve that in advance. No, I need to come to the holy instant in order for the healing to happen. There's a process to this. I can't expect the healing to happen before I come to the remedy. You know, so there's a process of the healing.
How can we rephrase that then, Joe, to bring that note into it? I do not come to it in arrogance, assuming that I must already be perfect, or must all.
Well, then I must achieve. I must be in the completely enlightened state its coming brings with it.
Okay, yeah. I do not come to it in arrogance, assuming that I must already be in the completely enlightened state its coming brings with it. Yes, okay, good.
Because that's just how the ego defends. It says, oh, well, you're not enlightened. You know, you're so not getting this. So stop all your spiritual practices because you're not getting it. And it tells you you're failing. When in fact you're succeeding because you're coming to the remedy and you're saying, okay, well, I'm open, and so show me and bring the healing. I recognize it's a bit like, in the recovery mirror, it would be like saying, oh, well, you come to Alcoholics Anonymous, but we expect you to be healed already. We expect you to be sober already. I mean, there would be no point in going, would there?
No.
Because you need the process. You're there because you need a process, and you've come acknowledging, yes, I need help, but I'm willing to be helped and go through a process of healing for that help to unfold. And that's exactly what he's saying here. So you come to the course. Enlightened people don't need the course. You don't need to study if you already get it.
Yeah.
You need it because you're not, and so you come to it asking for the help and the guidance through the process, and that's exactly what he's saying here.
Mm-hmm. The miracle of the now lies in your willingness to let it be what it is. That's okay. And in my willingness for this lies also my acceptance of myself as I was meant to be.
I'll say what it really is. In my willingness for this lies also my acceptance of my capital self as I was meant to be. My willingness. That's also my acceptance of myself. Yeah, happy with that?
Yeah, very happy with that.
Hang on. I'm just going to change that order. Might be better, read better if we do this. And my acceptance of myself as I was meant to be lies in my willingness. Okay, so if you want to read it from the top.
I will not trust my good intentions. They are not enough. Whatever else may happen, I must implicitly trust my willingness to listen to the remembrance of perfect love. I must concentrate only on this and not be disturbed by the distractions that surround it. That is why I came. If I could come without them, I would not need the wholly aware moment. I do not come to it in arrogance, assuming that I must be in the completely enlightened state its coming brings with it. The miracle of the now lies in my willingness to let it be what it really is. And my acceptance of myself as I was meant to be lies in my willingness for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it brings a new aspect to this power of the now, really,
Mm.
for me.
Yeah. Power of now, yeah. So it's knowing in the now, you know yourself. You come to know who you really are. That's why it's so powerful. Know thyself. You can only know yourself in the now. You can't know yourself if you're believing in the past and the future, because that's the story. That's just a story that's all mental conception. It's related to your story of a separate self. You can only know who you are in the now, which is why the now is primary spiritual practice. It's in every spiritual tradition. To be present, to be in the moment is a universally accepted spiritual principle. Okay, so summary of that. What's he saying in paragraph 2?
Yes, he's saying that despite our good intentions, they are not enough to resolve the challenges that we face or the distractions that come at us, because to do that we need connection with Holy Spirit, and we need to be open and ask for that help and guidance.
Yeah. And just be willing. I mean, it's a very comforting message. He's saying, look, don't think you have to be enlightened and you have to get this all at once, because you don't. Just be willing to follow the guidance, willing to enter the now, stay rooted there, and listen. And this presence will guide you. You don't have to know how the GPS works, do you? You just have to be willing to listen to it. That's all.
Yeah.
So it's that analogy, stick it on, be willing to listen, don't distract yourself with talking and focus on the guidance, and it'll get you there. It says go left, in 200 yards. Well, then you've got to go left. If you don't listen, you go right, then you're going to get lost. But if you just listen to that guidance, it's going to direct you, to your destination. So we just have to follow the guidance, be quiet enough, and stay connected. The GPS doesn't work when you don't have connection. So it's stay connected and be quiet enough to listen to the guidance, and you can get anywhere. It'll take you wherever you want to go. And more. It'll take you where you didn't even know you were going to go. So the ultimate surrender is, I don't even know the destination. I get in my vehicle, I go, I don't know, where are we going today? Holy Spirit, show me. And the Holy Spirit says, okay, well, I'll take charge then. I'm in charge of all of it, the navigation, the destination. You've still got to drive, but just drive and listen to my guidance. And I'll tell you if there are potholes, and I'll tell you when to go left and when to go right. It was interesting because David Hoffmeister actually practiced this in form by driving around. He drove around the United States for 5 years. And it was literally you would get in his car and say, I don't know where I'm going. And you get guidance and be like, okay, you're going there, turn left, take a right here. And he would just kind of be guided, and then he'd arrive where he needed to arrive. It's quite extraordinary. So that was his practice of really listening to guidance.
I was driving in Germany in a hire car one day, and I didn't have a map with me. I just had the sat nav, and I had the Rhine on my right, in full flow. It was huge, And I'm going along, and the sat nav says in half a mile turn left. The Rhine is on my left, right?
Okay.
Well, that's strange. I can't see a bridge, and there's not much else happening around here.
Yeah.
Middle of the countryside, there's a few houses. And then I got closer, and it got more and more insistent. Turn left. Yeah. And then I went past, and it said, do a U-turn, go back. I thought, oh my God.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to do. I haven't got a map. I can't get a second opinion. Yeah, there's the bloody Rhine here. And I did turn back. And then when I went back slowly, there was a little side road, and it tucked away underneath the road that I'd just come to a really small little ferry that took two cars across the Rhine.
And it knew that.
It knew that. Yeah.
Okay. And you were going, hang on, I know better, because like there's a big river there.
Yeah.
So that, that's a demonstration of like, okay, just be willing to listen, because the guidance knows. There's the Holy Spirit, like this, the sat nav knew the solution's there, and you didn't know that.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like there's a solution. There's a river, but you don't. So we've got to let go of our own guidance and trying to work it out ourselves, and just trust.
How about when we hit those moments when we are suddenly confronted with something?
Yeah. We suddenly confronted.
Yeah. I mean, last week we were about to walk across some snow, and I didn't like the look of it because I knew it was giving way underneath. And my cousin, my Phil, my cousin, he took one step onto it and he slipped, and his foot slipped about 2 or 3 foot, and he regained himself. And in that moment, I thought, oh, I do not like this. And I hesitated, but I didn't ask for guidance. I just kind of, I thought, well, he's got through it, so I'll have a go. But what do we do in that moment of when you haven't got chance to kind of ask? You got to go.
You've always got a chance, though. It only takes a moment.
Yeah.
That's the holy instant. It's a moment. It's like, okay, well,
yeah.
I've had many occasions. I go on, I've been around the countryside and stuff. So I go on runs, and I don't always know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Because it's a new, so you go and I just ask. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not quite sure, but where should I go now? And inevitably I get shown. It's okay, well, so I got into the habit of, in those moments, asking for guidance. So it's being present enough to just ask, and it will come. You always find a way. It's like, okay, suddenly, oh, I didn't see that, and then away it comes. So you're really just asking your higher awareness to kick in and come in and perceive the situation correctly and just find a way. But it only needs to take a moment. There's no reason why you can't ask. It's just like, okay, well, bit of a situation here, and you get used to doing that. Okay, I'm in a bit of a tight spot. Ask. I think that's what we've got to learn to do.
Yeah.
Let me ask, and okay, so what should I do now? And then be still for a moment. Okay, so maybe I just listen for him. Maybe I don't act straight away. Okay, be still, be quiet. Okay, which way should I go? And then something comes. If you've really asked, in some way you'll be guided. It's uncanny how it works, but you will. And you'll just either know, there'll be kind of some kind of intuitive knowing, or someone will say something, or it'll just like, okay, that's another way to go. And then you got to trust that, okay, yes, that feels right. So I go with my gut instinct. but it's really intuition. You know, it's they call it gut because you sort of feel it in your stomach, but actually it's the intuition. It's the higher guidance, the wisdom that knows everything. It knows how the whole thing should unfold, and it knows a solution, and it's trying to guide you as best it can to take the actions, say what you need to say, and take the actions you need to take.
Yeah.
But it's like the GPS. It doesn't generally give you the whole plan up front. It just says do that now. You know, go left now. Very present in the moment. Okay, go left now. Next, you know, you've got another fork in the road. Go right here. That's how it works. That's how you get to your destination. So you can't know the whole thing up front, but it's trusting moment by moment the guidance that's going to come in the now, as he's saying, in this now moment, the wholly aware moment. You know, you trust that the guidance will be there. Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. We'll move on to happy with number 2. Susie, do you want to read number 3? Not much to translate there. Just God will become pure formless awareness, perfect love, and him and his will become its. So I'm going to read it in the alternative.
Humility will never ask that you remain content with littleness, but it does require that you be not content with less than greatness that comes not of you.
Yeah, so let's translate as we go. So humility will never ask that I remain content with littleness. Require that I am not content with less than greatness that does not come. Does not come from me.
My difficulty with the now arises from my fixed conviction that I am not worthy of it. And what is this but the determination, except the determination to be as I would make myself?
Except the determination to be as I want to make myself. So I'm making up my own self-concept.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love did not extend its dwelling place and worthy of it. Pure formless awareness of perfect love did not extend its dwelling place and worthy of it. And if I believe I cannot enter where it wills to be, I must be interfering with its awareness. I do not need the strength of willingness to come from myself, but only from its awareness. From me, but only from its awareness.
Yeah. So his will, we've translated his will as its awareness.
Right.
Only from its awareness. And if I believe I cannot enter where it wills to be, where it wants to be, wills to be, wants to be.
Where it wants to be.
Yeah, is that better than wills to be? Eh? It wants to be, I must be interfering with its awareness. Do not need the strength of willingness to come from me, but only from its awareness. Okay, I want to read that from the top. Make sure we're good with the translation.
Humility will never ask that I remain content with littleness, but it does require that I am not content with less than greatness that does not come from me. My difficulty with the now arises from my fixed conviction that I am not worthy of it. And what is this except the determination to be as I want to make myself? Pure formless awareness of perfect love did not extend its dwelling place unworthy of it. And if I believe I cannot enter where it wants to be, I must be interfering with its awareness. I do not need the strength of willingness to come from me, but only from its awareness.
So what's he saying there? Summary.
It's a good sign not to give up and to trust in the now. As I was reading it, you could really sense, well, I could sense that I've done this, or we get confused by it, or we think we're not worthy of it, yet the now is always here.
No problem, Elaine. Guided to see the tax office. Okay, good luck with that. Stay in flow. Stay in the now.
Yeah, stay in the now.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how, when you're not reading something like this, you would think about littleness and yet not realize that it's about being worthy and being worthy of the now.
Yeah.
That's quite profound, isn't it?
Yeah. Because the now is pure formless awareness of perfect love. So
Yeah.
the resistance to the now is your resistance to your source, which is your denial of that source and your attempt to make yourself into something that you're not. So it's all bound up. You see why we struggle to be totally present and in the now, because it's bound up. Time and space is bound up into our self-concept, bound up with our self-concept. So our self-concept and the idea of time go hand in hand. And spirit, or pure formless awareness of perfect love, and timelessness, eternity, go hand in hand. But what would you expect? Because they're opposite systems. You can't reconcile them. They're saying on the one hand, do you want the now and all it brings you, access to pure formless awareness of perfect love? Right? In the now is the point of the arrow. That's the holy instant. That's the now, where you access the now, and that gives you access to the full pure formless awareness of perfect love. It takes you via this channel above the battleground into this transcendent state, which offers you everything. And the now offers you who you are. It offers you connection with your source. It offers you the unity of knowing you're one with all your brothers. Everything's whole, complete, and perfect. That's what it offers you. So why wouldn't you accept that offer? And we accept, when you choose to be present and in the now and listen to guidance, he's saying you have no idea what you're doing, but it's huge because you're accepting the whole of truth in that moment. And you're now allowing yourself to be guided in the dream world from this place instead of from the illusory ego place, which is all the red arrows. But it's often not, it's an interpretation that's required. So you notice in the diagram, it always comes in an angle. The ego is the more direct. Okay, the ego is straight down. It's like that's the the existing ego perception, and that seems to be obvious. And the Holy Spirit's always got another way of looking at it, coming from a side angle and going, actually, there's another way to look at this. So you've got to be open to an alternative that isn't mainstream. It's not the normal default system that most people believe in. But it's the only one that's going to work. That makes sense? So quite, very profound. The now and who you are and knowledge and enlightenment and awakening, it's all bound up. You do it through the now and in the now. And no other time, because there is no other time. In truth, there's nothing else but the now. Past and future are just illusory constructs in your mind. They don't really exist. They're just distractions from this now awareness. Okay, so very happy with number 3.
Yeah.
Moving on to number 4 then, the Holy Instant. Read in the original, John, and then the alternative.
The Holy Instant does not come from your little willingness alone. The now does not come from my little willingness alone. It is always the result of your small willingness combined with the unlimited power of God's will. It is always the result of my small willingness combined with the unlimited power of pure formless awareness, of perfect love's awareness.
Live translation. Small willingness combined with the unlimited power of the pure formless awareness of perfect love, with the unlimited power of perfect love's awareness. So with the unlimited power of God's will is translated as perfect love's awareness. I think that's good.
Yeah.
Unlimited power of perfect love's awareness.
Yeah. Your difficulty you have been wrong in thinking that it is needful to prepare yourself for him. I have been wrong in thinking that it is needful to prepare myself for it.
Needful, wrong thinking that it is needful. It's very old-fashioned, is it? That I need.
Yeah, yeah.
I need to.
Wrong.
Okay.
I need to prepare myself for it. It is impossible to make arrogant preparations for holiness and not believe that it is up to you to establish the conditions for peace.
Yeah, so preparations.
It is impossible.
Holiness is pure formless awareness.
It is impossible to make arrogant preparations for pure formless awareness and not believe that it is up to me to establish the conditions for peace. It is impossible to make arrogant preparations for pure formless awareness and not believe. It is impossible to make arrogant preparations for pure formless and not believe that it is up to me to establish the conditions for peace. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he's saying even preparations for pure formless awareness can be arrogant. The ego can hijack that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then say, well, it's up to me to establish the conditions for peace. And so now I'm trying to control and manipulate my reality to fit my ego's expectations, which is likely to disturb my peace because it seldom goes the way we want it to go.
So God has No, God has established them. Pure formless awareness of perfect love has established them. They do not wait upon your willingness for what they are. They do not wait upon my willingness for what they are. Your willingness is needed only to make it possible to teach you what they are. My willingness is needed only to make it possible to teach me what they are. If you maintain you are unworthy of learning this, you are interfering with the lesson by believing that you must make the learner different. Now, that's interesting. If I maintain I am unworthy of learning this, I am interfering with the lesson by believing that I must make myself different, the learner.
I maintain I'm unworthy of, I'm interfering with the lesson by believing that I must make
Myself as learner different. I must make myself as learner different.
I think that works.
Yeah, it does. It does.
As the learner, as learner, as the learner, different.
Yeah. You did not make the learner. You did not make the learner, nor can you make him different. I did not make myself. I did not make the learner, nor can I make it different. I did not make myself the learner, or myself as the learner. I did not make myself the learner, nor can I make myself.
No, I think we can just keep it as the learner. So we've defined myself as the learner different. I did
Oh,
not
yeah, okay,
make the
okay.
learner.
I must make myself
Yes.
as a.
Nor
I did
can I
not
make
make the learner, nor can I make it.
him
Or
different. What's the original? Make the nor can I.
you did not make the learner, nor can you
Nor can
make
you make
him
him different. Okay, so not it. Nor can I make. I'll just remove or say learner again because it takes out the him or her. And then nor can I make the learner different.
Yeah. Would you first make a miracle yourself and then expect one to be made for you? Would I first make a miracle myself and then expect one to be made for me?
Oh. Okay, so we're going to read it from the top.
Yeah. The now does not come from my little willingness alone. It is always the result of my small willingness combined with the unlimited power of perfect love's
I'm
awareness.
going to change this to the wholly aware moment. We have used the now, but
Yeah.
I think in this context, wholly aware moment would be more appropriate.
A wholly aware moment does not come from my little willingness alone. It is always the result of my small willingness combined with the unlimited power of perfect love's awareness. I have been wrong in thinking that I need to prepare myself for it. It is impossible to make arrogant preparation for pure formless awareness and not believe that it is up to me to establish the conditions of peace. Pure formless awareness of perfect love has established them. They do not wait upon my willingness for what they are. My willingness is needed only to make it possible to teach me what they are. If I maintain I am unworthy of learning this, I am interfering with the lesson by believing that I must make myself as a learner different. I did not make the learner, nor can I make the learner different. Would I first make a miracle myself and then expect one to be made for me?
Remember, we translated conditions as cause in conditions for peace. There was a few sections ago. Think about saying,
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
up to me to establish the cause. cause of peace. Pure formless awareness of perfect love has established it instead of them, conditions for peace. Pure formless awareness of perfect love has established
it.
Yeah. I think that's as conditions of peace, you sort of start thinking about something on the level of form needs to happen. But actually it's just the condition of peace is the cause of peace. It's the source. Pure formless awareness of perfect love has established the cause. Has established it. Because the pure formless awareness of perfect love is the cause of peace. Happy with that translation?
Yep, I am actually, yep.
Okay, carry on. Pure formless awareness of perfect love has established it.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love has established it. It does not wait upon my willingness for what it is. My willingness is needed only to make it possible to teach me what it is. If I maintain I am unworthy of learning this, I am interfering with the lesson by believing that I must make myself as the learner different. I did not make the learner, nor can I make the learner different. Would I first make a miracle myself and then expect one to be made for me?
Yeah. So he's saying it's not up to us to control this. And the ego is going to try and hijack it and say, okay, well, you know, I'm in charge. But he's saying you can't be in charge. You didn't make the cause of peace. You didn't make the ability to do miracles. You know, trying to control miracles is misguided, as he says. You know, consciously directed miracles can be misguided because then the ego comes in and is saying, well, no, you know, I think I need this to happen. I want this to happen. Well, that's not a miracle anymore. That's conscious manifestation, thinking that the form outcome is going to bring you something. Whereas a miracle is just a result of a genuine shift in perception. You genuinely let go, and then things rearrange themselves, circumstances and time and space and so on rearranges itself, and you become genuinely guided. Okay. Anything else you want to add to that summary? What else is he saying in paragraph 4?
Well, he's saying that it's not up to us to produce the wholly aware moment. It will be provided if we are willing to open to it, to ask it, to ask for it. Yes, it's all the time emphasizing the importance of asking for that help.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you do it in the moment. He's saying that the wholly aware moment is the moment where you say, okay, I'm here, I'm present, I'm not going to play the pattern of my past. See? So you break from the past. You're not going to just react as you normally do. You're like, okay, so that's why the pattern interrupt of saying, okay, help me here. I'm asking for guidance. It interrupts the ego's pattern. And you're really going above the battleground in that moment and asking for the guidance to come in from above in that moment, which is very helpful.
Yeah.
So you don't just play. Your irritation was the pattern. Yeah, that was the conditioned program that was then reacting to it. So that's the interference, that's the noise and the shadows and stuff that stop you from being in the moment. But in the moment you ask for guidance, you interrupt that pattern. You say, okay, so give me another way. I'm now opening the channel for the Holy Spirit from above this thought system of the ego to come in and give me the guidance. And so it's demonstrated quite well here. In the moment you ask for guidance, you access the full power of source. It can now come in via this channel you've opened, and it can give you the guidance. It's the antidote to the ego, which will then change your thoughts, your perceptions, your thoughts, your words, your actions. And it changes the outcome of the dream because you've changed something. And then it flows forward in a different way. So it's how, in the now, it's how the source comes in to manifestation in this world, through the now moment and being guided moment by moment by moment as to what you should think and say and do. That's how it enters. Yeah.
Yeah. Reminds me just again of last week, actually, where I was kind of in charge of getting everybody back home on the right bus, and I misread the bus timetable.
Mm-hmm.
And I said it was due at 5:10. And then we all came back, got back to the bus station at 5:10. And it became evident that I'd misread it, and I went into a state of, oh God, what an idiot.
Yeah.
But then, and the bus clearly said it was due at 5:25. And I'm thinking, oh, what an idiot! I've misread the bloody timetable again, because I'm not good at reading timetables.
Right.
And then the bus appeared.
It appeared early.
It came early. Came 15 minutes early.
Okay.
Or as it was late from the previous time.
So you got on it anyway, so that was good.
Yeah.
So often the interesting thing is when you think things are going pear-shaped, they're not. They're not going wrong. They're actually going right. You're being guided.
Yeah.
You just have to accept that it's not going according to plan, but there's a bigger plan, you see. It's not my plan, it's the Holy Spirit's plan. So I had a plan for the weekend. I was going to go see Sally and get a car.
Yeah.
And it changed, but it was, how it changed was really miraculous. I spent the weekend with Deborah and Gabriel. I slept overnight there, and there was a genuine connection and healing. And I was like, well, okay, that was, I didn't make that plan, but evidently that was what I was supposed to do.
Yeah.
So that's the nature of the miracle. It's not, you're not in charge. You're not controlling it. It just happens. And it's beneficent and it's helpful. And you go, wow, that's really unexpected. And so the beauty of it, as opposed to the sort of ego's alternative, which is to consciously try and create your life. Some of these teachers go, right, you can consciously design your day and you can create your life, and is that the unexpected happens, and it's a surprise, and it's really nice to not know exactly how your day is going to work out. Is actually being in the flow. It's spontaneous. It keeps life interesting and flowing. If you always like, right, every moment's planned and I intend this, and then it doesn't happen, well, you're going to be a lot of the time disappointed because it's not happening, as you thought it should happen. John Lennon said it beautifully. Life happens while you're making other plans. And that was exactly my weekend. But it was actually what was meant to happen, and it was very helpful, very beneficial to everyone. So that's the demonstration that the Holy Spirit knows better, and knows better than any of us. And you let go and you go with the flow, and you allow it to guide you, and you allow it to show you. That's really what he's saying here, isn't it? Saying drop all of you can't do this. You can't plan the cause of peace and establish all of this and be in control. But you can let go and just be willing to listen to guidance. Everyone can do that. Because you just need to be humble So say, I'm actually clueless. I don't know. That's the whole point. So that's why I need guidance. And he's saying that's not that hard to do. Surely it's a lot harder to try and control everything and manage everything than just to let go and flow. So it's a very simple teaching here, really. But he's as he always does, he's saying it in in this language that some people find difficult and impenetrable. What the idea behind it is very simple. Let go and go with the flow in the moment by moment. And stop trying to create the miracles yourself. When I first make a miracle myself and then expect one to be made for me. So the whole point of miracles, maybe we need to translate that as a correction.
Oh, yeah. When I first make a correction myself and then expect one. Okay.
Does that work?
I kind of like miracle, really.
Yeah. But what he's really talking about there is the exterior aspect, I think, of a miracle, not the internal change of mind. When I first make a miracle, correction doesn't work as well, does it? Or shall we just leave it as miracle? I first make a miracle.
So yeah.
I first make a miracle myself, and then expect one to be made for me. So this is like me saying the weekend, okay, well, I want the miracle, I want the healing, and I'm going to try and orchestrate this all. And actually, that wasn't how it happened. It just happened for me, which is the nature of miracles. He says that in the Principles of Miracles, chapter 1. Consciously selected miracles can be misguided. So he's telling us, don't go there and try and control the outcomes, because almost inevitably the ego is going to come in and it's going to be misguided by the ego. And you're going to start bringing in your past conditioning and your programming, and then you're going to have expectations as to what you think is the miracle, and then it's not the miracle. The miracle happens when you let go and you trust the guidance, and it shows you the way. And it has the quality of being spontaneous and fresh in the moment. It's not prescripted, it's not planned.
Yeah.
It's just unfolding, and it feels very, very good. Some people are terrified of that, but if you're open to it, it feels connecting and flowing and very nice, because you're in the flow of life and you're trusting moment by moment. And some people are absolutely terrified of that because they want to plan everything. But if you will let go, then the experience you'll have is much more interesting, much richer than it would have been. I remember my dad was a classic planner. He couldn't, he had to plan everything in advance, and then we go on a trip, and he could never kind of go, okay, well, that looks like a nice spot to stop. Let's stop there. We're like, no, we've got to get to our destination. And so you miss the journey. Like, well, why are you rushing to the destination? Surely, part of the holiday is the journey. Getting there, you could stop. You could maybe you get there an hour or two later, but we're on holiday, so we're in no particular rush to get there. Often we'd get there by midday, depending on where it was. But it was just like, no, we just got to get there, rather than, okay, well, let's enjoy the journey and see what's unexpected on the journey. But things that were unexpected made him feel uncertain and fearful. So then the planning is the defense against that. You see, that's why today's review lesson is lesson 135, which is when I defend myself, I'm attacked. So that's why planning is a defense against the truth. Because you block the now, and you get just caught up in a very rigid kind of construct of, okay, well, this is what I've got to do based on my past conditioning, my fears of the future, and it's all very limited and limiting, and it blocks the now, it blocks the flow of life, and the real enjoyment of life is in those moments. But I did learn from that, because I was like, I don't want to be like this. It was like, I don't want to end up like this, so I've got to think differently. And here we are, studying this master teaching from Yeshua. Okay, so where are we? Number 4. Did you summarize it?
Yeah. Run number 5.
Happy to move on to 5.
Yeah. You merely
Okay.
ask the question. Merely ask the question. The answer is given. Seek not to answer, but merely to receive the answer as it is given. I seek not the answer, but merely to receive the
Not
answer.
to answer, you see. That's it. I'm not trying to find the answer, but merely to receive the answer as it is given. So this is the surrender, not my will, but thy will be done.
Yeah. I merely ask the question.
I do not seek.
To answer.
Maybe just let's put it into more. I do not try.
I do not try to answer. I do not try to answer.
Will not try to answer.
But merely to receive the answer as it is given.
But merely be open to receiving the answer
as it is given.
And I wonder if you should capitalize the answer, because there is actually in the text, there's a section where he does that. But merely be open to receiving the answer as it is given. Do you think capitalizing answer? What do you think?
I'm not. Do it if you want to do it. I'm not bothered.
Merely ask the question.
Looks
Maybe
a bit.
Maybe
it looks a bit unnecessary to me.
Yeah, we'll leave it. Yeah, because the answer could be, okay, I need guidance. In that any situation, what should I do? Give me guidance. So that's not necessarily the ultimate answer of pure formless awareness, but it's a specific form of guidance which the Holy Spirit can give us in this world. I'm not trying to answer, we're going to be open to receiving the answer as it is given. As it is given to me.
In preparing for the holy instant, do not attempt to make yourself holy to be ready to receive it. In preparing for the holy aware moment, I do not attempt to make myself holy to be ready to receive it. I will not attempt to make myself holy
No.
to receive it.
What, wholly aware maybe?
Wholly aware, yeah. Be ready to receive it. That is but to confuse your role with God's. That is only to confuse my role with that of pure formless awareness of perfect love. That is only to confuse my role with
Perfect loves, maybe. Just keep it simple.
my roles with perfect love.
Yeah. So it's really just saying over and over, and not my will, but thy will be done. It's not my will, but it's a higher will and power. It's going to come in and show me.
Yeah. One, atonement cannot come to those who think that they must first atone, but only to those who offer it nothing more than simple willingness to make way for it. One cannot come to those who think that they must first atone.
Yeah, well, so let's say be, they must first be at one. That's
Yeah.
what it means.
Okay, yeah.
They must first be at
One
one.
cannot come to those who think that they must first be at one. Is it worth a capital O there? One?
No, no, I don't think so. I think be
But
at,
only, yeah.
they must be at one with everyone and everything, but maybe we don't need to say it. It must first be at one, but only to those who offer it nothing more than simple willingness. All right. So again, I don't know why it's just the course's language, isn't it? Offer it nothing more than simple willingness. That offer, and those who are simply willing, much simpler, simply willing.
To make way for it. Purification is of God alone, and therefore for you. Purification is of pure formless awareness of perfect love alone, and therefore for me.
Purification comes from perfect love alone, and therefore is.
Purification comes from perfect love alone.
Original was therefore for me, and therefore for you. God alone, and therefore for you. Okay. And therefore is for me.
Rather than seek to prepare yourself for him, try to think thus. Rather than trying to prepare myself for it, I try to think thus.
Let's take out the other try. So you don't really try, you do or you don't. I'm trying to prepare myself for it. I think.
I, who am host to God, am worthy of him. I, who am host to pure formless awareness of perfect love, am worthy of it. He who established his dwelling place in me created it as he would have it be. It who established its dwelling place in me extended it as it would have it be.
So let's say this awareness.
Yeah.
This awareness that established its place, its dwelling place, home maybe? It's home.
Yeah. Home, I like that.
It's home in me. Extends, let's make it present tense, in me extends it as it would have it be. This extends what? Extends, created it as he would have it be. The dwelling place he's talking about. Created it as he would have it be. Okay. So extends it as it would have.
It would have it be.
Extends the state. Extends the state as it would have it be, as it. I think it could be more powerful. We said as extends the state as it. Establish its home in me, extends the state as it is, as it.
Hmm.
Something like it itself. That sounds a bit. As it is. Or just as it is.
Just as it is, I think, yeah. This awareness that establishes home in me extends the state as it is.
As this, as it. Let's say as this. As this awareness itself is. That's better.
Yeah. Yeah. It is not needful that it is not needful that I make it ready for him, but only that I do not interfere with his plan to restore to me my own awareness of my readiness, which is eternal. It is not needful that I make it ready. It is
Not
not
needful that I make it. That's a bit clumsy. It is. I do not need.
Yeah.
Well, that I make it. I do not. I do not need to make it ready. Do not need to make. What was the original? I do not need to make it ready. The home he's talking about again.
Yeah.
I do not need to make. Capitalize that to make. No, maybe we should say it. I do not need to make my mind ready for it. But only
I do not need to make my mind ready.
need not interfere, but only I do not need to make my mind ready for it, but only not interfere.
It's time to restore to me my own awareness.
But I should only not interfere with its plan. Restore to me my own awareness of my readiness, which is eternal. Well, how does that read? I do not need to make my mind ready for it, but I should only, but I should not.
I should not. Yeah, that's better, yeah. But I should not interfere with its plan to restore to me my own awareness of
My own awareness of my readiness, which is eternal. Okay. Should not interfere with his plan to restore to me my own awareness. So I shouldn't try and make myself, but it will help me to become aware that I'm ready. I need to add nothing to its plan. I do not need.
I need add nothing to his plan. I do not need to add anything to its plan. But to receive it, I must be willing not to substitute my own place, but to receive it, I must be willing not to substitute my own in place of it.
my own plan in place of
that pure awareness, or its, yeah.
Yeah. So this is, not my will, but thy will be done. We must surrender and listen to guidance, and not be making our own plans, because that's going to be substituting, and that's going to be how we defend our illusion of a separate identity, because the separate identity is very active in our lives, making plans all the time.
Mm.
And those plans take you in the opposite direction. The ego's plans and the Holy Spirit's plans will never reconcile. Okay, so I'm going to read it from the top. There's a bit, just to make sure we got that.
I merely ask the question, the answer is given. I will not try to answer, but merely be open to receiving the answer as it is given to me. In preparing for the wholly aware moment, I will not attempt to make myself wholly aware to be ready to receive it. That is only to confuse my role with perfect love. At one cannot come to those who think that they must first be at one, but only to those who are simply willing to make way for it. Purification comes from perfect love alone, and therefore is for me. Rather than trying to prepare myself for it, I think this instead. I, who am host to pure formless awareness of perfect love, am worthy of it. This awareness that established its home in me extends this state as this awareness itself is. I do not need to make my mind ready for it, but I should not interfere with its plan to restore to me my own awareness of my readiness, which is eternal. I do not need to add anything to its plan. But to receive it, I must be willing not to substitute my own plan in place of its.
Makes sense?
Yep.
What's he saying there in summary?
Well, it's saying in different words the same thing, but we don't need to plan for the holy instant. We just need to be willing and open for it to be revealed to us as we requested it be revealed. Continue.
So it's really saying, just listen, be vigilant, listen, be aware, be open. And that's all you have to do. You don't have to make your own plans. You don't have to think you need to get it all already. You just have to listen and be willing to listen to the guidance and follow it. And not get distracted by all the interference of the ego. And this course is just designed to clear more and more space in your mind so that you can listen more and more. And ultimately, you can connect with this source.
Could we take a 2-minute break, John? Hang on. Just need a cup of tea.
Sure.
Just need a cup of tea or something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Or shall we say 10 past 5?
Yep. Okay. That's good.
Okay. All right. I'll just pause the recording. Just remind me to stop the recording.
Okay.
All right, hey John.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, that was more like 10 minutes, but never mind.
I was just reading about Stockdale. Quite a story,
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Interesting story, yeah.
a hell of a story.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
literally hell of a, but quite inspiring, you know, you think someone's gone through
yeah,
that
yeah,
and they've managed to stay sane and come out
yeah,
better for the experience. So that's the Stoic philosophy, which is really, A Course in Miracles is a Stoic philosophy.
yeah, yeah.
Their idea was that everything's happening for you, even if it's, you know, unpleasant, it's happening for your growth. That was the idea of the Stoics.
Interestingly, he was party to a staged operation, which was used as an excuse to bomb Hanoi, I think. And yeah, but he knew it was staged. And
Right.
when he was captured, he was frightened that he would actually reveal this,
Right.
be forced to reveal. But he did. I mean, he organised the resistance within the POW camp, and one time several times when he thought he was going to be paraded and used propaganda, because he was the highest standing officer to be captured in the
Right.
Navy.
Right.
He took a razor and he cut his own scalp to disfigure himself, and then on another time he beat his face with a stool, just to knock hell out of himself so as he couldn't be paraded in front of the cameras.
Right. Okay.
Phenomenal. Yeah. Phenomenal.
Interesting. A lot of stoicism, you know. It's like, okay, suck it up and take it for 7 years or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And maintain your sanity, you know, in that time.
Yeah.
Not despair and lose hope. And
Yeah. Coincidentally, I watched The Deer Hunter a couple of days ago, and that's very, very similar story of torture and suffering, survival.
Yeah, I want to actually thank you, because I listened to one of our old recordings, and
Wow.
you were talking about Elvis, the movie.
Oh yeah.
So that's why I put it. I was like, oh, okay, I'd forgotten about that. I was listening to it, and I was like, oh, that could be interesting. So I checked it out.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a really good movie about relationships.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
it is.
As Susie was saying, no, she found it really, really good, really helpful in understanding, you know, the special relationship and how
Yeah. Well, codependency, wasn't it?
codependency, you know, all of the manipulation and the abuse, and it's all linked in. You know, then there's addiction in there, and you know, how the ego system works to enslave us. And it doesn't matter that he's supposedly the king. He was a slave. He wasn't the king of anything. He was a slave to his manager.
Yeah.
And to his, you know, the audience's desire for this. They wanted this god, you know, this pop idol.
Yeah.
And you know, he because it was so fake, and his mind, his mental health was in the end shocking.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, okay, I need to look after myself here, and maybe he had some awareness of that, but he was too deep into it. It's like the illusion of Elvis kind of consumed him, didn't it? It was like this illusion of a self, a self concept that was false.
And nobody won, because the colonel himself ended up losing all his money and betting on one-armed bandits in Las Vegas. Just wandering around.
Just wasting his money.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens when there's lack of direction from spirit. It's like when you end up doing, as Yeshua says, futile. You know, it's a futile journey, pointless. There's no point to this, and it's long and cruel, hard, and then you end up dying. You saw Tom Hanks, you know, on his deathbed, kind of filled with regret, going, "What did I, you know, what did I really do? Was that was that really what, you know, what was kind and loving, or did I just use this guy?" He saw a meal ticket, and he was like, "Oh, this guy's my meal ticket. You know, I'm gonna get on the bandwagon and milk it for all it's worth." And sadly, because Elvis had been deprived of love, you know, Elvis was quite open to that. Was manipulable.
I think John Lennon said that Elvis lost it when he went in the army. I'd like to understand what he meant by that. But,
well, didn't he meet Priscilla in the army?
He did. Yeah.
So maybe that's where he lost it, because it was like, okay, special relationships.
Oh, yeah. I kind of think what he meant was, by going in the army, he kind of complied. He gave it. You know, it was his first step in giving in to the system. But up until then, he had been the rebel. But going into the army,
and John Lennon was very anti-establishment, so that's probably why he said that.
Yeah, and you never got Muhammad Ali into the army.
No. So interesting that Elvis went willingly, because I mean, with that kind of fame, he could have probably said, "No, I'm not going." I don't know what they did if you didn't go. Well, Muhammad Ali, was he locked up for a while? I can't remember.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they took the world championship off him.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they locked him up or not. I mean, he was very, very popular. So
I think he was some kind of house arrest. I don't think he went to prison. But
yeah,
it was like
yeah.
detention.
Yeah.
But you know, he stood his ground, and then he came back and won a game, which is quite extraordinary. Yeah, these journeys of people are so interesting.
Yeah.
You know, the challenges they must have had.
Yeah.
I think people think, oh well, it's all, you know, famous people. It's all roses. It's certainly not. It's they've got bigger challenges.
Yeah.
And someone like Elvis, I mean, he was again probably one of the most famous people in the world, but he's just not happy. It's just his life's a disaster, really. So you know, it brings into question the whole ego's thought system. It's like, well, why go there? All that fame and fortune, and he wasn't happy. Ends up as this bloated, obese, drug addicted, you know, just because he was only what, 40 something when he died.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, at 40 you still, you know, should be reasonably fit, healthy, but 20 years of abuse had took him to the point where he was ready to die. Anyway, we can learn. The beauty of movies is you learn. Okay, go there. That's not what you want to do. Don't go down that path. Okay, so let's start again. Resume recording. All right, so let's have a look back. Go back to our 18, the little willingness. There we go. Okay. So number 6, 3 more paragraphs to go.
Yep.
Hang on, let me just get this going. Start the recording. Okay, so sorry, paragraph 6.
And that is all. Add more, and you will merely take away the little that is asked. Remember, you made guilt, and that your plan for the escape from guilt has been to bring atonement to it and make salvation fearful.
Yes.
Remember,
I made guilt.
I made guilt. I remember. It's got remember.
I remember. I think it's better. I made guilt, because you don't say to yourself, I must remember that I made guilt. Generally, you just say, I made guilt. Okay.
I made guilt. My plan for the escape from guilt has been to bring atonement to it and make awakening fearful.
Interesting. Bring atonement to it and make salvation fearful. So what does he mean by that?
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Atonement to guilt, and for the escape from guilt has been to bring atonement to it and make salvation fearful. Well, the atonement in conventional religious sense is atonement for guilt, isn't it? It's like some kind of expiation for guilt.
Yeah.
Bring atonement to the guilt is to say the guilt is real, but somehow I must atone for the guilt. And so we have these rituals of like confession in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
Guilty. Okay. Now you must atone for your guilt through this ritual of confession, but you're still guilty. It doesn't matter how many times you do it, you're still a guilty sinner.
Okay.
You got to come back next week and do it again. So I think that's what he means. That's the conventional interpretation of atonement, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not the at-one-ment, it's the atonement for imagined sin and guilt.
Yeah.
which will never can never be successful.
No.
Because guilt is, as long as you believe in that thought system, guilt seems to be ever present. And so, in these religions, particularly Catholicism, they say you're original sinner. You'll always be sinful. And now we have a ritual to try and atone for it. So the confession, but you're still guilty, and you've got to come back and you've got to do it all over again next week and every week until it's crazy. There's no letting go of the guilt, is there? It's just continuously trying to manage the guilt rather than actually letting it go. I think that's what
there's a little twist in this sentence, which I think is interesting. So, and that your plan for the escape for guilt has been to bring at one to it, i.e. to guilt.
Yeah.
And therefore make salvation fearful.
Yeah. Make awakening fearful. So why would that be? Why is it making awakening fearful?
Yes.
Well, the ego is telling you that this version of atonement is your salvation, is how you're going to come to God.
Yeah.
And it makes awakening from the system of guilt very fearful, because you get so used to the guilt and the atoning for guilt that now actually letting go of that guilt seems to be very fearful.
Okay. Yes.
Well, Martin Luther was an interesting character, the Reformation guy, because he had this deep-seated guilt because of all the Catholic tradition, and was rooted in guilt. He had to really struggle to overcome that conception of atonement. And then he realized, his kind of breakthrough insight was, it's not by works that we are saved. There's a passage in the New Testament, it's one of Paul's letters, not by works, but by grace we are saved. Let me bring it up. Not by works, but by faith. So the full quote is Ephesians 2:8-9. Let's see. Is not. See, Ephesians. So the full quote is, for it is by grace you have been saved through faith. And this is not from yourselves, it is the gift of God. It's Ephesians 2:8. Are you seeing my screen? I think I might just need to. Are you seeing the screen or not?
No, I'm just seeing you and me.
Yeah, it's because there we go. There we go. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
So this particular quote, he meditated on. He couldn't get it. It was like he just couldn't wrap his head around it. And then he spent a whole night contemplating this single quote of Ephesians 2:8, and he kind of broke through into another level of awareness. He had sort of an awakening experience, because he realized then that it didn't matter what you did to try and atone for guilt, you would never manage to do it. That was his insight.
Yeah.
That's really what it's saying. It's by grace you have been saved through faith, and this is not from yourselves, it is the gift of God. So it is not, and it's not by works.
Yeah.
The full quote is that it's not by works, so that no one can boast. There's the full quote on the right there. Whereas by grace you have been saved through faith. This is not from yourselves. It is the gift of God, not by works, that no one can boast. And that his understanding of that single line of this Bible verse is what kicked off the entire Reformation of Europe, because he had a different understanding then of what atonement really meant.
Yeah.
He got out of the idea that atonement through guilt would work, that you couldn't do it by by doing works, by the indulgences. I mean, the Catholic Church was selling these indulgences and saying, oh, well, just pay your money and you'll get into heaven. I mean, it was ridiculous. Based on this idea of guilt, because guilt is a very powerful motivating force for human beings. So he really got to grips with it, and he understood that there was another way, that this Bible verse was giving another way, which he intuited, and I think he came into some kind of awareness of the Holy Spirit in that long night. And then that awareness he took, and that awareness was what caused him to write his 95 precepts and put them on the church at Wittgenstein, and that kicked off the whole Reformation, because he understood that there's another way than guilt. And in fact, the whole Reformation of Europe and the transformation, the Renaissance, and was the releasing of guilt from the mind, from a lot of people's minds.
Yeah.
So it was exactly this. You look at what Yeshua is saying here. Escape from guilt is to bring atonement to guilt. That's the ego's plan, and that's never going to work. And make real salvation fearful. So make a true awakening fearful, because you get so used to the guilt that freedom from guilt seems to be scary and fearful. But interesting. So from one man's spiritual insight comes this whole awakening of the Western civilization. So interesting. I mean, it was ready to happen anyway. People were tired of the guilt, but it took one man's mystic insight and this understanding of guilt, that he came to an understanding that actually there, in his own way, there is no guilt, because by grace we are saved. You see, that's the message. We're not guilty then, because God has given us the grace that saves us. And that was, his insight, which is a complete departure from what the church had been teaching for 1,000 years. But that was what was necessary to liberate the mind from the heavy burden of guilt. And the reason why Europe was in the dark ages for 1,000 odd years is because of guilt, because that keeps everyone very suppressed.
Yeah.
So you look at history and you go, well, actually, it's just the history of this awakening process. And it happens through individuals like Martin Luther, and then he spreads it. And people are like, okay, we're tired of this guilt sin program that the Catholic Church keeps trying to impose on us. Actually, maybe there's another way. We don't have to be so burdened by this guilt. And he was, one of the first to escape just by contemplating the scripture. He's like, well, go to the scripture instead of listening to the church's false doctrines. Just go to the original scriptures and you'll see the truth there, because it's written there. And so he was big on, a bit like, the course in his day. They didn't have the course, but they had the Bible. He said, go to the scripture and read it directly, and you will then be able to interpret, you will be able to come to a direct understanding. You don't need these false priests who are telling you these stories to feather their own nests and line their own pockets with your hard-earned money. You can actually do it yourself. And of course, the technology came in with the printing at the time, so people could actually start reading it themselves. And they weren't then subject to the misinterpretation of the church, which freed the mind from its burden of guilt and sin. And then, a whole lot of creativity gets unleashed, and then transformation happens. And now 500 years later, we're in a similar position. I think the old way, the scientific materialist way that arose 500 years ago, that's kind of past its sell-by date and needs to be let go of to free us and to go to the next level of at-one-ment. Anyway, so that's a bit of interesting to see how this plays out in history. And wouldn't it be interesting if they taught history from a spiritual perspective? They actually taught that. Imagine saying, well, actually, the whole Reformation of Europe came about because of a mystic experience. That is actually the truth. But they don't teach it that way, do they? Would have made it much more interesting. Anyway, so
John, just say I've got to go at 6 o'clock.
Okay, all right. So let's crack on then. We've got 2 more paragraphs after this.
Yeah.
Okay. So clear on that, what atonement, bringing
that's
atonement
good.
to guilt is,
Yeah.
making awakening fearful.
And it is only fear that you will add if you prepare yourself for love. And it is only fear that I will add if I prepare myself for love. The preparation for the holy instant belongs to him who gives it. The preparation for the holy aware moment, or now holy aware moment, belongs to it who gives it.
Say to the remembrance.
To the remembrance of perfect love, which gives it. Release yourself to him whose function is release. I release myself to it whose function is to release me.
So I release my separate self.
Yeah.
That's what he means. I release my separate self to it.
Whose function
is release. To this remembrance. I don't ever like the it, but it works better with he or him, but it doesn't work so well. Release my separate self to this remembrance. Whose function is release.
Yeah. Do not assume his function for him. I do not assume its function for it. Give him but what he asks, that you may learn how little is your part and how great is his. I give it but what it asks, that I may learn how little my part is and how great is its.
I give it only. Rather, I give it only what it asks. So that
I may learn how little my part, how little my part is, and how great its is.
okay, I'll read that from the top.
And that is all. Add more, and I will merely take away the little that is asked. I made guilt, and my plan for the escape from guilt has been to bring atonement at one moment to it and make awakening fearful. And it is only fear that I will add if I prepare myself for love. The preparation for the holy aware moment belongs to the remembrance of perfect love, which gives it. I release my separate self to this remembrance whose function is release. I will not assume its function for it. Rather, I give it only what it asks, so that I may learn how little my part is and how great its is.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
So he's saying, is re-emphasizing here that the journey is straightforward if we don't jump in and introduce guilt and doubt.
Yeah, and not really not try and direct our own way. I think that's the key. You can't plan your own salvation, your own awakening, because your ego is then going to come and get involved and going to hijack the process and try and take it in the opposite direction. So he's saying you just need to be willing to listen, ask for guidance, be open, and it will come. And this is why in all the teachings they say you must surrender to God. It means you surrender your world, that I know what I'm doing and I know how to run my life, to this presence to guide you and say, well, not my will, but thy will be done. That's the prayer, because I don't know the way to awaken. Otherwise, I would have awoken already. If I knew the way, then I would already be awake, but I don't. Because how can my separate self, which is the denial of who I really am, how can that possibly know the way to awaken? It can't. So hence I release my separate self to this remembrance, whose function is release. So it's very comforting. So look, you don't really need to know much. In fact, the less you know, the better. You just need to let go and trust.
Mm.
You trust the flow of life, and you will be guided. Another great movie to watch, maybe I think it's going to come up at some point in our program, is Forrest Gump, because he's really clueless. I mean, he has no idea really, but he just kind of shows up in the moment. It's a teaching in the holy aware moment and being in the now, isn't it? And he just shows up, and he just does without a self concept to block him. He's just in the moment, and he's extraordinarily successful because he's just fully present and in the moment by moment. And then life kind of looks after him, and he just happens to be in the right place at the right time, and it all kind of unfolds. And if you recall his girlfriend Jenny, she was like, oh no, but I want to go to Hollywood, and I want to become an actor or a singer. And I remember the conversation. He's saying, well, why would you want to do that, Jenny? Why don't you just be Jenny? He said, well, Forrest, it's like you want to become something more than what you are. And he just didn't get it, because he's like, well, I just am what I am.
Yeah.
But her life was a disaster compared with his, because she had this illusion of trying to be something she wasn't, and she was trying to make herself into something that she wasn't. Whereas he was just, okay, I just am what I am. I've got no airs and graces, and I'm just going to do what I feel called to do in the moment. So great spiritual teaching in that movie. It'll come, I think, later in the program. Okay, so happy with number 6.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right, so
Okay, number 7.
We've got 15 minutes, so hopefully, yeah.
It is this that makes the holy instant so easy and so natural. Yep, that stands okay. You make it difficult. I make it difficult. Oh, I can. You make it difficult because you insist there must be more that you need to. I make it difficult because I insist there must be more that I need to. You find it difficult to accept the idea that you need give so little to receive so much. I find it difficult to accept the idea that I need to give so little to receive so much. And it is very hard for you to realize it is not personally insulting that your contribution and the Holy Spirit's are so extremely disproportionate. And it is very hard for me to realize it is not personally insulting that my contribution and the remembrance of perfect love's contribution are so extremely disproportionate.
Mm-hmm.
You are still convinced that your understanding is a powerful contribution to the truth and makes it what it is. I am still convinced that my understanding is a powerful contribution to the truth, and I make it what it is, and makes it what it is. Okay.
My understanding is a powerful contribution to the truth.
That's okay.
And makes it what it is. So very humbling. They're saying your understanding isn't necessary. The truth is true whether you understand it or not.
Yet we have emphasized that you need understand nothing. Yet Yeshua has emphasized.
Maybe we just say, yet I need.
Oh, Yet I
I
need,
need understand nothing.
yet I need understand nothing. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Salvation is easy just because it asks nothing you cannot give right now, which is nice. Awakening is easy just because it asks nothing I cannot give right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Yeah. So in the moment, I can give everything I need to give. In the moment, I can give time. I can give my attention to the spirit, and allow the spirit to come in and guide me. And that's all I need to do. It's very simple.
Yeah.
It's like the GPS. Okay. Anyone can follow GPS because it's just going to tell you, and you just need to follow the directions moment by moment. Unless you decide, as you experienced with the experience in Germany that you mentioned, that otherwise you go, no, I'm not going to trust it, you see, because I think I know better. But if I just follow the guidance, yeah, it's easy peasy, I can do it. That's really what he's saying. Awakening is easy just because it asks nothing I cannot give right now. Okay, so you want to summarize that?
So what it's saying here is that access to the now is immediate and straightforward if we don't complicate it, get in the way, and insist on putting our oar in. For want of a better expression.
Putting our what?
Putting our oar in.
Our oar.
Or as in rowing oar.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's really, this is just an advanced version of the lesson, not my will, but thy will be done. It's okay, you got to let go.
Yeah.
Let go and find your flow would be another way of saying it.
Yeah.
And you do that not by trying to control things yourself, but by letting go and listening to guidance.
Yeah.
And that's how you allow, this remembrance of perfect love to come in and help you. And it's not personally insulting. You see, you have, but the key thing to do this is humility, isn't it? That's why it says, he who humbles himself will be made great. Because if you think you have all the answers already, then there's no way you're going to humble yourself enough to listen to the guidance of some voice, which, in that egoic state, you're not even convinced there's anything else there. There's no awareness of another voice. So for a lot of people in that state, they're like, it's all a bit mumbo jumbo. What's this voice? I don't know any voice. I listen to my own, I have my own will and I'll do what I want.
Yeah.
So it requires, someone who's been humbled, usually by pain. Life humbles them and they go, okay, I really don't know what I'm doing. That's evident because of my experiences. Okay, then I come to a teaching like this, to the course, and then I'm humbled and I'm open to being helped. I was listening to a podcast the other day. There was a guy talking about his addiction, and so he said I had to get to the point where I had to ask for help. The three toughest words for any addict to say was, I need help.
Yeah.
Because they think they've got it all sorted and they're somehow managing. And then, the I need help is saying, I'm not managing here and I can't do it on my own. So I have to look else, I have to look outside of my current way of doing things, what, business as usual for the ego, for help and guidance. But as soon as you do that, then the Holy Spirit can come in. So it's almost a prerequisite to get on this path, to have been through some kind of pain and trauma that makes you aware that, look, I need help here. I need guidance. I can't do this on my own. It doesn't have to be like so severe that your whole life crashes.
I'll be right back to
Okay. All right. So this is really just saying that my own contribution to truth is not required. I don't need to understand the truth. My own understanding is not required. The truth is true, irrespective. So I don't really need to understand it. I just need to listen to guidance moment by moment. So, you know, we study this to really soften our egos, let go of the ego resistance, so that we can be open to listening to the guidance moment by moment. And all the spiritual practice is doing is kind of dislodging the ego's resistance, so that you're much more open to listening to the guidance, which is going to guide you moment by moment, step by step, in your dream to the ultimate goal of awakening. And he's saying very comfortingly that awakening is easy just because it asks nothing I cannot give right now. So it's accessible right now for anyone at any point. So that's the holy instant, or the holy aware moment. Okay, so I've just done a summary of number 7. I hope you heard that.
Yeah, I just had to
Take the call.
Yeah.
Okay, so last paragraph.
Okay.
Forget not
that it has been your decision to make everything that is natural and easy for you impossible. So I forget. I must not forget that it has been my decision to make everything that is natural and easy impossible.
It's much simpler if we just cut out the forget not, remember.
It has, it has been my decision to make everything that is natural and easy impossible. Well, easy for me, impossible.
You got to laugh. I mean, there's kind of a sense of humor here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everything that's natural and easy for me, impossible. Okay, so you really made your life difficult, is what he's saying. And this was your decision.
Yeah.
So, you know, you need to change your mind here, guys. That's what he's really saying. He says, I can't help you if you don't change your mind. You've got to change your mind. You've got to change your decision. Stop making it so difficult for yourself. So it can be really easy. You know, the flow of life should be easy. That's the whole point of flow. It's not resisting, it's flowing life. It should be easy, natural. And yet we've gone against that, and we've made everything that should be natural and easy difficult, impossible. Not smart, really.
If you believe the holy instant is difficult for you, it is because you have become the arbiter of what is possible and remain unwilling to give place to one who knows.
Yes.
So if I believe it is difficult for me to be wholly aware, it is because I have become the arbiter of what is possible and remain unwilling to give place to one who knows.
Unwilling to give place, unwilling to
Credence.
That's what it's saying, to
give.
Unwilling to give place to one who knows. Unwilling to allow one who knows. Unwilling to allow one who knows to guide me, maybe. That's better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unwilling to allow one who knows to guide me. And one who knows what is possible, maybe. Are we adding too much? One who knows what? Arbiter of what is one who knows. The implication is one who knows what is possible. I don't think we need to repeat it. You know? One who knows what is possible and what's not, to guide me. Okay, the whole belief in orders of difficulty.
The whole belief in orders of difficulty in miracles is centered on this. The whole belief in orders of difficulty and corrections is centered on this.
And my whole belief in orders of difficulty and corrections is centered on this premise. Is based. Centered is based, I think would be better.
Based, yeah.
Based. Orders of difficulty is based on this. I become the arbiter of what is possible. Is based on this delusion, maybe.
Yeah.
The arbiter of what is possible of this belief, because I become the arbiter of what is possible. On this belief or on this delusion.
On this delusion, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we are deluded. If we think we know what's possible, we're deluded.
Yeah.
Because we don't have no idea. As is demonstrated by, miracles like Anita Mojani, and he's just like, you wouldn't think that's possible, but it is.
Yeah.
We don't know what's possible and what's not.
Next one is interesting. Everything God wills is not only possible, but has already happened. Actually, let's couple that with the next sentence. That is why the past has gone.
Yeah.
It never happened in reality. Yeah. All these sentences tie together, don't they?
Yeah.
Everything
it's helpful to read ahead because it gives you the answer.
Yeah. Everything pure formless awareness of perfect love wills is not only possible, but has already happened. And that is why the past has gone. It never happened in reality. Only in my mind.
It has already happened. Everything it wills is not only possible, but has already happened.
Impossible has already.
Is already. It's already so. It's already existent. It's interesting. I'm not sure if that changes the sense of it too much.
Yeah, it does a bit.
Not only possible, but so this is the idea. The script is written.
Yeah.
Is already.
I like has already happened myself, but
yeah. Everything has already happened. Yeah. What he's trying to say here is it's already existent. It's already there. But it's almost taking your formless awareness of perfect love wills. Is he implying that's happening in the dream world? Everything it wills is not only possible, but has already happened. So these are the miracles in the dream, or is he just pointing to the top level awareness? Yeah, what God wills is really this. God.
Yeah. I think that's the
situation.
situation.
Do you think he's pointing to level one?
I do. Yeah.
So everything, pure formless awareness of perfect love wills. In pure formless awareness, perfect love is not only possible, but is already there, was already present, already present.
Okay. Everything pure formless awareness of perfect love is not only possible, but is already present. Yeah, okay, I like that.
And two ises, but I'm not quite sure. Everything.
Yeah.
Formless awareness of perfect love is in truth. Maybe we just had a top of each other. Is in truth is not only possible, but is already present.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's nice because then that leads into the next one. That is why the past has gone.
Is why the past has gone. It never happened in reality. Only in my mind, which thought it did, is its undoing needful.
Yes, only in my mind, which thought it did happen, is its undoing needful? Does it need to be? Only in my mind, which thought it did. Oh no, we just switched the sentence around. Thought it did. It's undoing needful. Okay. So it only it only needs to be undone in my mind which thought it did, or which thought it did happen.
Yeah, no, I'm going to have to go.
Okay. Do you want to read just read it from the top?
Okay. It has been my decision. It has been my decision to make everything that is natural and easy for me impossible. If I believe it is difficult for me to be wholly aware, it is because I have become the arbiter of what is possible and remain unwilling to allow one who knows to guide me. My whole belief in orders of difficulty and corrections is based on this delusion. Everything pure forms awareness of perfect love is, in truth, is not only possible, but is already present. And that is why the past is gone. It never happened in reality. It only needs to be undone in my mind, which thought it did happen.
Okay.
Very, very, very.
Summary.
Okay, so it's what it's saying here is that we can forget about what happened in the past because there is no past, there is only present, and especially when we go into the now, it becomes obvious that there isn't any past.
Yeah. And the past is undone, and we realize the truth is here now. That's the whole point.
And the past has
been there. It's just not covered over anymore. It's here now. It's already. That's what he means by it's already happened. But I think that's a bit of a red herring, this one, because he actually means it's already there in top level 1. I think that's what he means. Not it's already happened on the level of form. God wills on the level of form. So hence we've changed it.
John, that's been a very enjoyable session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Yeah. Thank you for joining and doing it with me. Much appreciated. So enjoy your band practice, and
yes,
I'll see you tomorrow, 12:30 or 5 p.m.
I'm playing golf for the next 3 days. So this endless holidays and enjoyment is kind of but it's
tough life being retired. Eh?
I know it's very interesting because this whole thing has just woken me up to being in the now, actually, because I will face that issue, that kind of issue that I was talking about earlier. I will face it over the next 3 days, actually. So it's I know it will come up again. Oh, I feel as though
you get the opportunity to do it better.
Yeah. So it's been.
I look forward to hearing the story in a few days.
Yeah. We'll see.
Join us at the end of the week if you can. Yeah. Good luck.
Okay.
And remember what it's for. It's not really about the golf. It's for your atonement.
No.
Great. That's what it's happening for. So if you remember that, then you have the true purpose. You can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Okay,
John. Ciao for now.
Cheers. Thanks for joining. Bye-bye. All right. So thank you. to John and Susie, you joined. So personalized executive summary. All right, so let's stop the share. I'm just going to all right, so let's have a look at the executive summary of the section. So personalized executive summary of the section. So only aware moment. As a result of my determination, willingness to be fully aware. I don't need to make elaborate preparations or prove my worthiness for it. As a gift given by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Trusting my willingness and accepting myself as I was meant to be are crucial. Humility means not settling for less than the greatness that comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love. I must recognize that I'm not the arbiter of what is possible and let go of the belief that my understanding or efforts contribute significantly to the truth. So it's not our own understanding or efforts, not by works. That Martin Luther, it's a Bible quote from Ephesians, not by works, but by grace we are saved. It's not our own understanding or efforts that will save us. It's the grace of God, grace of pure formless awareness, of perfect love that's given to us freely. So now it's easy and natural. Being in the now is easy and natural, and I need only be willing to receive it. Inspiration for the now belongs to pure formless awareness of perfect love, not me. Not to add more or try to substitute my own plan. Or its. Preparation for being fully in the now belongs to pure formless awareness, perfect love, not me. It's important for me not to try to add more. The whole point of the now and being in the now is it's so simple. So you're trying to add more, and what happens is you actually obscure the now, and the ego comes in. It's important for me not to try to add more to it or substitute my own plan for its. And now is far greater than my understanding, and the disproportionate contribution between me and pure formless awareness of perfect love is not a personal insult. And now is far greater than my understanding. Its proportionate contribution to not take my disproportionate contribution compared with do not feel personally insulted. Personally insulted by my disproportionate contribution paired with the formless awareness of perfect loves. My belief in the difficulty in miracles is based on my misconception ultimately everything from awareness of perfect love wills is not only possible, but has already happened. Whilst there's no reality outside of my mind, the pure form of awareness of perfect love is in truth not only possible, but is already present. Why the past is gone never happened in reality. and needs to be undone in my mind, which thought it did happen. Past is over and only needs to be undone in my mind. It did happen. Okay, I'll read that from the top. So the wholly aware moment is a result of my determination and willingness to be wholly aware. I do not need to make elaborate preparations or prove my worthiness for it, as it is a gift given by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Trusting my willingness and accepting myself as I truly am are crucial. Humility means not settling for less than the greatness that comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love. I must recognize that I am not the judge of what is possible. And let go of the belief that my understanding or efforts contribute significantly to the truth. Being in the now is easy and natural, and I need only be willing to receive. Receive this. Experience this. Experience this moment by moment. Preparation for being fully in the now belongs to pure formless perfect love, not me. Important for me not to try to add more to it or substitute my own plan for his. The now is far greater than my understanding. And I should not feel personally insulted by my disproportionate contribution compared with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Proportionate contribution to it. Only aware moment. It's far greater than my understanding. Should not feel personally insulted by my disproportionate contribution to it compared with pure formless awareness of perfect loves. Like compared with perfect loves. A belief in order of difficulty in miracles, in corrections, based on my misconception. My belief in order, difficult, and corrections is based on my misconception that I am the judge of what is possible. Remain unwilling to allow. Ultimately, everything pure formless is perfect love wills is not only possible, it has already happened. Pure formless is perfect love is in truth is not only possible, it is already present. That's why the past is over and only needs to be undone in my mind, which thought it did happen. Okay, and the key message of this section is that the now state of present pure formless, whereas perfect love is a gift, requires only my willingness and acceptance. Don't need elaborate preparations to understand everything, as it is easy and natural to redo this. Yeah, so just going to summarize the all right, so let's do the key message. key message of the section is that the holy away moment state of being fully present in the now is a gift from pure formless awareness of perfect love. I need to trust my willingness and accept myself as I am. Humility means not settling for less and letting go of judging what is possible. Being in the now is natural. I shouldn't add to or substitute. My own plan to block this. Awareness. And where moment is greater than my understanding. Maybe I prefer the Don't need elaborate preparations to understand everything. Experience it. Willingness to let go. Let go of the past. Therefore, as perfect love is present right now. Okay, so key message of the section is that the holy aware moment, which is a state of being fully present and in the now, is a gift from pure formless awareness of perfect love. It requires only my willingness and acceptance to experience it. I don't need to make elaborate preparations to understand everything to experience it. Just the willingness to let go of my past. Just the willingness to let go of my past and accept the pure formless awareness of perfect love is present right now. Okay. So I'll do recording of this in a meditation now. Okay, so just making yourself comfortable. It's going to go through in a meditation the personalized executive summary of the section 4 of chapter 18 called The Little Willingness, and the key message. So closing your eyes, sitting comfortably, a meditation posture, feet shoulder width apart, your back straight, cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes, and start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. And the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in, draw the energy up the spine. to your heart center, put one hand in your heart. Breathing into the heart center. Draw the energy up into the crown of your head. Pause at the top of the inhale. So it's a maximal inhale breath. Smile. So blow it all out. Any resistance, scan your mind, notice any possible resistance, any negativity, any difficulties. Anything negates the truth of pure formless awareness, perfect love experience right now. Just blow that away with the breeze of your breath. The nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. From the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you rest. In the now moment, in this fully aware, receptive state. And I'm just going to listen to these words. I'm going to read you the personalized executive summary and the key message, and repeat them as affirmations after me. So breathe in as I speak, and then exhale out through your nose and in through your nose. Exhale once I've spoken, and speak the words so they become affirmations of the truth. So take a nice deep breath in through the nose. Pause, hold the breath briefly as you listen to these words. The wholly aware moment is a result of my determination and willingness to be wholly aware. Exhale as you repeat that sentence. Breathe in again. I do not need to make elaborate preparations or prove my worthiness for it. Exhale out through the nose as you repeat those words. I do not need to make elaborate preparations or prove my worthiness for it. As it is a gift given by pure formless awareness, perfect love. Exhale as you speak that. Speak these words. Breathing in again. So just keep this rhythm of breath going. Breathing in as I speak and exhaling, and speaking the words aloud as in the gaps that I leave. Trusting my willingness and accepting myself as I truly am are crucial. Breathing in again. Humility means not settling for less than the greatness that comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love. Humility. Sorry. I must recognize that I am not the judge of what is possible. As you exhale, speak those words. Breathe in again. And let go of the belief that my understanding or efforts contribute significantly to the truth. Being in the now is easy and natural. I need only be willing to experience this moment by moment. Preparation for being fully in the now belongs to pure formless awareness of perfect love, not me. Exhale, repeat those words. Inhale. Hold deep inhale, breath through your nose. It's important for me not to try to add more. To it, or substitute my own plan for it. Breathing in again. The holy aware moment is far greater than my understanding. And I should not feel personally insulted by my disproportionate contribution to it, compared with perfect love's. Breathing in again. A belief in order of difficulty and corrections is based on my misconception that I am the judge of what is possible. What pure formless awareness of perfect love is in truth not only possible, but is already present. This is why the past is over and only needs to be undone in my mind. Just thought it did happen. So the key message, an absolute succinct summary of this, is that the holy aware moment, which is the state of being fully present and in the now, is the gift from pure formless awareness of perfect love. It requires only my willingness and acceptance to experience it. I don't need to make elaborate preparations to understand everything to experience it. Okay. Okay. I'll send it to you now. No need to make elaborate preparations or to understand everything to experience it. Just the willingness to let go of my past and accept that pure formless awareness of perfect love is present right now. And so just surrender in to the moment. Experience the now, right now. Nothing else to do, nowhere else to go. Just allow yourself to really feel into these words. Be in the moment, in the now, for a couple of minutes of deep silence, and just experience the truth that everything is given right now. Your formless awareness of perfect love is in truth right now, present. Give yourself over to that experience for the next couple of minutes of deep silence. So just gently coming back, this deep connected state to an awareness of the body and the breath and the senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Smile, scan your mind. Notice any thoughts, emotions, anything disturbs this deep awareness of now, this pure formless awareness, call it a perfect love that's experienced right now. Anything like that, you just observe it, breathe into it, bring the spacious awareness of now into it. Ask yourself, is there really a problem right now? The answer is no. There's no problem right now. And so you just exhale and let it go. Drop it with the breeze of your breath. Imagine blowing it away like dark clouds leaving you. It's going, gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest for a few moments. This deep peace of now and the gap between breaths. A little gap, a little portal to eternity. So be aware of that. Moving in again. Notice how stomach rises, chest rises. Notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises, subtle flow of air into the nostrils. Noticing the body senses to bring yourself back into the world. You're just going to stay connected to this now, this feeling, deeper awareness, which is really one with the now. You can only experience it when you're present fully. It's the teaching, pure formless awareness, perfect love is only experienced in the now, and the now and pure formless awareness, perfect love are one. So it is. So stay rooted in this awareness, practice today's lesson. Ideally every hour, just even if it's for a few seconds. You can manage longer. I've sent you a breath break to help you to do that. And ideally meditate using longer recording. I've given you one more time before bed. And that should keep you connected to the now moment. Moment by moment. Fully aware moment. The now is always there. It's never gone away. Just our awareness that's drifted away onto the timeline and it's obscured our awareness of the now. So we can always come back to that. So it is said and so it is done. And on the count of 3, open your eyes. So I just look around for a minute, observing whatever's going on in the room around you from this place of being aware in the now, the deep peace that underlies the now. So everything just arises and is present in the now, and it's very peaceful. There's no attempt to control it, judge it. Just observe it casually, look at a few objects just for a couple of seconds each, and then another one just randomly, and notice that the one constant, the one underlying factor in life is that it is always now. You notice that it's always now. And in that awareness of the now is this deep peace, very deep connection to our source. It's peaceful, we're present, we feel contented, happy, peaceful, and alive. So stay rooted in that. Practice today's lesson to help you if you need to, and I wish you good practicing and a very peaceful, contented, present evening. So that brings us to the end of the session. Thank you to everyone who joined, Elaine, Susie, and John, and wishing you all much love and peace. Namaste. Which means the peace in me, love in me acknowledges and honors that same loving presence that's only available in the now, in you.